Yeah, it's been a while. I forgot this.
It's done. Good morning. I'm so sorry. That's okay.
Good morning.
It's okay. We just start a little bit.
Hi, good morning.
Hi, my name is Magda.
My name is Roy.
Roy.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. Can I sit here?
Oh yeah, sure.
Because you asked for.
Sorry.
So this is the exam.
Don't worry about this thing, okay? It's on me. Just focus on the. For a second, my
It's okay. That's why I put it there for you to use. Oh, yeah. There's a lot there. There's a lot on every.
and she asked me to take the exam right away without even.
And also, inside. I went to call like this. Oh, there's coffee, whatever. Like we will say. Oh, she gonna give? Yeah. Okay. For you, just maybe we can start. I can do it in our lunch break. No, I will give. I will
Yeah.
give it.
I'm just starting.
Okay.
Just in,
I think it's don't worry about the exam because you know I will give the answer. I ask the question, you answer. Okay? Yeah.
I realize
Yeah.
some other question that even you study, but you
Yeah. Just, as you go, answer.
where did you get?
Okay. Easy, huh? Very easy.
No, it's okay. It's not too bad.
Which reagent is employed in the serum protein determination?
So we
What
answering
question
now?
was it?
Number one.
Oh, you already marked it.
I already gave you. I give you the.
Ate, can I have?
Yeah, sure. That's why I put it there.
It's four.
Five.
Same one.
That's why they are temperature sensitive.
That's why
Mhm,
this
mhm.
test we are running it it needs to be done right. Instead of sending it to
Because the hospital, you draw it and then you spin it and then you
Yeah.
fire
this is
over.
considered stat.
Start.
Uh,
Just like ammonia, right?
yeah, ammonia, lactic.
Lactic. Okay, which of the
I
following
have a question. What's
Mm.
this kind of the protein? What's the protein? This one?
cryoglobulin? Cryo, they are like maybe they are
I think a component of the is something component.
plant protein.
Yeah,
It's a protein,
something like that.
So why
It's
why
all-
we are checking this one for patient? We are looking for which.
No, no, I think we give to patient, right?
The
I
cryo.
think the cryo we give to the patient in the blood bank.
It's different. Cryo precipitation,
this-
something like this. This is cryo for.
Globulin is a protein.
It's a
I
It's
know
an
that-
antibodies actually.
Okay.
It's,
Regular,
it's,
it's-
an antibody,
Yeah.
that's why it's blood bank.
Becomes solid or
Yeah.
gel there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And this is like considered stat. You're phlebotomist too?
And no, I'm not about it, but I'm working as a lab assistant.
Also lab assistant. So
Yeah.
we draw it in the red top, right?
Red
Yeah.
top
Then they
or-
need to be like in the warm
No,
bath right away.
Yeah.
No, my question is for we are looking for which test?
That's-
This is for the patient. What's the
Protein.
This is not
Protein.
easy. It's not
This is we're looking for proteins.
Yeah.
That's a good question because just, you know what?
Yeah.
They're trying to
Yeah, why
To lead on
why
that.
doctor asked the patient to do this test?
ask
You know what's going on? Why the mind of the doctor?
so what are we doing? We're looking for.
We're
Yeah,
looking for a
exactly.
certain type of proteins because remember, like some the we have the panel, right? They're
Yes.
cryosensitive. When we do paneling,
I think in the last exam they said it's gonna be like that.
Yeah, mostly something like
So it's
this.
like a
not something
situation
like
now.
this.
So it's
Really?
gonna be yeah.
It's very
So that's a good like
yeah.
if
No,
you
you
ask
have
questions.
To, yeah, complicated.
so you mean
Yeah.
it's
It's
similar?
no,
Similar, but you need to
it's-
jump more like the way she's
Yeah, it's really easy.
because you need
It's
not only this one. It's you know,
the basic.
it's a
good
basic.
For your first step
Yeah.
and next step will be.
I heard, yeah.
but if you have questions
good.
like that,
Yeah.
we could
okay,
ask.
so of blood bank. Remember when you do the paneling,
Uh-huh.
there is like protein sensitive
Yeah,
or
yeah,
something
yeah, yeah.
sensitive. So
Yeah.
as I said, like blood bank and all the chemistry, hematology,
Together.
they're all connected. So this is part of that one because this is
Mhm.
sensitive. Just like when you when you do the paneling on the right side, there is 37 degrees, there's chromatin, there is NSS, because that is part of that one.
Okay,
They
I
are
got it.
temperature
Thank you.
sensitive, especially when
Temperature
you do the
sensitive.
paneling, because they are all connected to each other. Next, I'm sorry. Next, that's all right.
Mhm.
It may which of the following is true on albumin?
Mhm.
Oh no,
See, right?
It's true.
Which of the following statement is true of albumin? It is up the smallest portion of protein.
No.
It is produced in the liver and it is water soluble.
No.
Yes. Yes.
It is?
Letter B. Letter
Yeah, that's
B.
why. Oh, yeah,
Remember,
correct.
I said like it is produced in the liver and it's water soluble.
Yeah. It's produces in the liver.
Yeah.
So the code
Where is
here
it?
is the liver.
Liver,
Water soluble.
I thought it's a big size. That's why.
No, it's just like the total bilirubin, water soluble.
Oh, see,
Correct.
it's easy, but it's
Number 5, decreased alpha fetoprotein values are associated with what? I already lectured this to you. Decreased down.
Down
When
syndrome.
it's alpha fetoprotein down,
that's simple.
Down syndrome. When it is up,
It's
Spina.
Okay.
right?
Repeat, ate. If alpha feto is down,
it's Down syndrome. So
down,
Down syndrome. And then when it is the alpha fetoprotein is
up,
high,
up,
it's
It's
for
the
your
spina.
spina. Okay, because I answered spina.
Yeah, spina bifida up and then down is for Down syndrome.
Okay, high
Mm.
spina.
And then this is very common in the lab.
Mm.
Which of the following proteins transport iron? It's already
Transferrin.
there. Transferrin. It's transferrin. Trans is transport
Always.
iron. Yes.
They always give that
Ah,
transfer.
oh, you still remember? Oh, sorry.
You did it.
Ay, a long time ago.
Maybe 15 years.
You mean this? The second grandfather?
No, I'm asking totally for this is you have experience to start in the
15 years
class.
ago.
No, but I'm always absent.
No, I was here too. Yeah,
No,
I
he did my review 15, 12 years ago. He only came in for 3 or 2 sessions. They did
You know,
not
I
complete.
did here, but
Are
I'm
you-
scared to go to the exam.
Oh, you should.
Yeah, I
No.
never do the exam. I always scared.
No,
Okay.
you don't be. You could take it later.
Next.
Next,
Okay.
yeah.
Number 7.
Are you scared? Don't be scared.
Nobody will know you're taking the exam. In acute renal failure,
Mhm.
which non-protein nitrogen rise?
What number are they? 7?
7.
6 or 7.
7 now.
Blood.
7 now.
Oh, yeah. Oh, sorry,
We're
sorry.
on 7.
Okay, we should forget that.
What is the number 7 answer?
BUN.
BUN.
Uh,
In
Blood
acute
urine.
renal failure, which non-protein? Because BUN
This is
a
the code non-protein.
Yeah.
Right, okay. So blood urea nitrogen. Which of the following protein stores iron?
Ferritin.
Ferritin, because
Common,
earlier transferentus is transport of iron, and now we store iron. So ferritin. Remember, we have a TIBC, total iron binding
Binding
capacity.
capacity.
We store iron. Okay.
Mhm.
This is for like we will discuss it later with B12 deficiency.
Mhm.
Which enzyme is most quickly affected by hemolysis?
Is it B?
That's B, because
B,
remember
okay.
clump
Clock. Yeah.
and potassium is not here, and we have clump.
Lactate.
Okay,
LD.
so LD.
LDA.
Yeah, because potassium, LD, aldolase. Remember those clump, magnesium and phosphorus.
So, what is the main dito ate? Affected by hemolysis? Lactate?
That's lactate affected by hemolysis. Remember KLAMP. Those tests are affected by hemolysis.
Potassium.
Potassium.
But I think ALT too, but in this question,
Not so
it's
much.
not so
Yeah,
much,
not so
right?
much.
So that's
ALT.
why.
Clump.
Clump, yeah, clump.
Remember your clump, potassium, aldolase.
Yeah, it's
M.
M is magnesium.
K,
And
L,
potassium.
A, M, P.
Ay, what is the P?
Potassium.
Yeah, K.
K,
is potassium.
K is potassium.
L is
lactate,
Lactate.
lactate dehydrogenase.
LDH.
LD. Yeah.
Clump.
K is aldolase. Clump.
With P?
Yeah.
What's the P?
So it go by
Phosphorus.
order too, huh?
That's okay. Yeah, but if they're
Potassium.
because they will not put two over here because but when they will say take in the exam, which of the result is greatly affected by
Greatly.
if you have
The word
lactate,
greatly.
if you have lactate and potassium, please select
That's what I'm saying.
potassium.
Yeah.
Because potassium is really very sensitive to
Right.
the hemolyzed specimen. You will even withdraw.
So mean to say potassium and then L. Okay.
Priority, but
LDH.
sometimes we will put three like potassium,
Yeah.
LD, and lactate.
All apply to it.
Magnesium. What's the A again? The A?
The A is for aldolase.
Aldolase.
So next,
Aldolase.
creatine kinase is clinically significant in disease of which organ?
Liver.
Muscle.
Muscle.
Oh, yeah.
Muscle,
Muscle,
because everything is muscle, even the heart, the liver, everything.
CK, yeah.
Yeah. Creatine kinase is frequently elevated in myocardial infarction and which other disorder?
I
Cirrhosis.
no muscle dystrophy. No.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah,
that's
muscle.
muscular dystrophy.
I always go A.
Yeah. A little
Oh.
A. Did you get it?
It connects on.
Oh, okay.
I always go on the liver.
highlight
Okay.
figures that you can study from it. Okay. Which test give 2 to 3 months glucose? That's a bonus. What is it?
I want same.
Yeah, very good. That's a bonus question, right?
Yeah.
The port wine color of some urine can be attributed in which of the following?
I.
Porphyrin, port
Porphyrin.
wine color, very easy. That's also a bonus.
Color.
What substances make urine turn yellow?
Euro.
Urochrome. There is already the key. Urochrome. Okay. Always look for the key. What are the crystals seen in urine? Cystinuria.
This.
Cystinuria, cystine. This is an abnormal crystal in the urine. You know how it looks like? There's something like that. Abnormal. Cystinuria. Which enzyme is most sensitive indicator of obstructive jaundice?
Jaundice.
Letter D.
Liver.
Letter B. Yeah. I got that one.
Alanine aminotransferase.
ALT.
What is the optimum pH for acid phosphatase?
5 B.
5. Because
Yeah.
it's acid. When it is alkaline, it's
Below.
10. Alkaline 10.
I think
When it is
there's an
Acid below is below 6.
below is acid.
Okay,
Yeah.
below
Acid.
Mm.
When it is
You know,
high-
7 or 6?
7.
No,
Uh,
7 is
Below.
different one.
No,
This
we
one
are
is
Mandarin.
no,
acid.
not about this one. We are
Uh-huh.
talking
It
totally
should
about
be
the pH.
No,
pH,
it should
yeah.
be 5 to 6.
7.
5 to 6. 7 is already alkaline.
Okay,
No,
yeah,
no,
that's
no,
what that's what he's saying.
Yeah.
No, I think he's asking about totally about the chemistry.
Yeah.
What's I think the 7,
The range.
yeah, the range. Less
No.
than 7 is acid,
Yeah.
more than 7 is
Alkaline.
basic. Yeah,
Basic,
we're
yeah.
talking about the total,
Mm.
not
Right.
this.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. So
chemistry
that's
talk.
5, okay?
Mm.
Okay, what is the formula for an ion gap?
Mhm.
I gave this to you.
Come on, guys, you answer it.
Is that Na
Na
plus
Sodium plus potassium
Well,
minus chloride
minus
Oh, and let me write it down. What is it? Sodium
Sodium plus potassium
plus
minus chloride
Cl,
plus
Cl,
bicarb.
bicarb.
SCO3.
Oh my God, I just studied and I forgot.
Yeah,
So
yeah, you have that one. Yeah.
sodium,
Not sodium plus potassium. You add those two and add also chloride and potassium and you subtract.
It's
Okay.
always this one that's coming.
Always coming in your
Really?
subtract the other
Yeah,
one.
but this is manually. We do this here. But on the instrument will
Yeah.
calculate it automatic. Yeah, an ion gap. Remember, if you have electrolyte result, there's an ion gap there because the sodium potassium minus carbs and okay. So that's very easy to remember.
Now.
Now you still remember. What is the cation extracellular fluid?
Ca ion is extracellular.
extracellular
Sodium.
Sodium. That's your sex. Sex.
Okay,
Sodium for extracellular
SEX.
fluid. SEX.
that's a
And then
code.
cation is positive, and then sodium is for sodium and EX, extracellular fluid. That's why the mnemonic is sex.
Mnemonic.
What term is used to describe the process of glycogen degradation? God,
I know
That's
sometimes.
Degradation.
yeah, the glycogenolysis.
Glycogenolysis. See?
Yeah, very good.
So glyco process
Oh
of
my God,
the
I got this one wrong.
That's
Gly-
the third thing.
glycogen degradation.
Yeah. Which hormone is produced by the beta cells of islets of Langerhans? I have a code for this. What is it?
Insulin, yeah.
Anong number na kayo?
Number 21. Can you put BI?
Bye.
When it is beta, it's insulin. When you will ask your hormone for beta cells,
No.
BI. That's beta is insulin.
I think I missed the next page.
Oh, which one?
It's, the 21.
The 21?
Yeah.
BI.
Yeah, not
BI.
It went to 27.
Where is it 21?
Ah.
You have 27?
Yeah, I got 27.
Next. So, do not forget, beta cells of Langerhans insulin. Okay. Next. Which of the following is considered a glucocorticoid hormone?
B.
B, cortisol. It's already, sometimes, as I said, it's in the word. Okay? So, which of the following disease is associated with hypoglycemia?
This one I forgot, sorry. B. But I just put B, but I don't
No.
think so.
That is a von Gertz disease.
Oh.
Hypo is low sugar. Hashimoto is
Is,
autoimmune.
Okay.
Cushing disease is CAPS. No.
Hashimoto is autoimmune.
Yeah. And the answer is von Gertz.
Write it
When
down.
you answer,
A, right? A,
yeah,
right?
A. When you answer your exam, that's why you have to study for what is this, what is this, what is this. That's why when I do my lecture, study the source and everything and the diseases that is conjugate with it, so that it's easy for you to this one is not, this one is not. This is the right answer. But if you really do not know the answer, three of this one is the same. See, these are all autoimmune, most of this. But the other one, von Gertz, is von Gertz.
Hypo.
That's different. So that's the answer.
Hashimoto is
You can-
autoimmune.
you can answer you can spot the right answer. Next. Which of the following hormone is produced by the alpha? Now I'm I'm looking for alpha of islets of the Langerhans. Glucagons. It's okay. Okay, so GA, alpha. The other one is bi, insulin, beta, insulin. This is alpha, this is glucagon. Okay? And this is still glucose, part of the glucose. Next, carbohydrates, glucose. This is a P-dimethyl aminobenzaldehyde is a constituent of which agent?
Jaffe?
No, Ehrlich's.
Ehrlich.
Yeah, I got
Yeah.
that.
What cation is
B, potassium.
May code to eh. There's a mnemonic for this one.
Intra.
This is a intracellular fluid. This is the potassium. Pin.
Pin, yeah, there's a,
PIN.
yeah, there's a
Okay? So do not forget your pin.
K
PIN is for
mnemonic.
potassium intracellular fluid because the other one is SEX. And then we also have the anion. What only one anion positive? That's only chloride.
Chloride and
Because
ion.
we only have three. Remember, electrolytes is only three: sodium, potassium, and chloride. And the other one, when we see the CO2, is not really. The anion gap is the addition of those two and minus that. So the electrolyte is only sodium, potassium, and chloride. So extracellular is sodium, intracellular is P, potassium, and then the anion positive is your chloride.
An iron.
Anion. Because those two are cation. The
Yeah.
chloride is the only anion.
Cl.
And they are normally processed in what method? ISE. And then the potassium is using the valinomycin. So in each detail, it's very easy to remember. Connect everything, connect all the dots. So that in the exam, they will give you this many questions, but the keyword is only in the first word. But finish the whole thing. But the keyword is there. So you can spot the right answer. Anyway, it's multiple choice. Okay? Next. Are we good with that? Next. What is the specimen of choice for glucose determination?
It's the C, huh?
Oh, fluorinated.
Yeah. Why?
The grate
Because
up,
it
the
prevents the
grate.
glycolysis of glucose. Remember,
Yeah.
the grate up too, because the glucose is stable for at least 4 hours. And it prevents glycolysis of glucose. They want you to know this by heart. Okay? So, fluorinated plasma. What is the normal fasting glucose reference ranges for adults?
A.
Letter A. That's very normal. And that is for fasting blood sugar. That is not for A1C. The A1C normal values is 5 to 6. That is already there in between. Okay?
I'm
That's
6.
5 to
Mine
6.
is 6.
You are good. Me too. I'm always 6, but they never give me medication. When you go 7, you're diabetic.
Yes. Still okay to eat.
Yeah, so
Pork.
you're the borderline, still okay.
Sweet.
Okay. What is the most common clearance test used to measure the glomerular filtration rate?
GFR.
That is your C,
Creatinine.
clearance.
Kidney.
Did you remember your creatinine clearance formula? Urine over plasma times volume in 24 hours over the
1,440
1.440.
time
But I will give that
1.7.
to you next time
Okay.
because I will lecture again for you. Prenatal patients with borderline glucose are further evaluated in watch test.
We need 3 hours.
3 hours. Very good.
But
Remember, if it is because my lecture, gestational diabetic is for when you are pregnant, your glucose is spiked. Some of the pregnant women. That's why we gave them the glucose tolerance test. The doctor will order glucose tolerance.
how many
test.
milligrams is that again?
Yeah. Is that 50 or 100?
150. 100.
100 now, 75? What is it
175?
now?
For 1 hour
The
is the
orange,
50.
the orange, 50.
For the 1 hour.
Yeah.
50 for
Yeah.
1 hour.
So when I will ask a question, if you remember my lecture, if you're doing a glucose tolerance test, when is the value going back to normal from the fasting, right? And then 1, 2, and 3 because you are growing that. Which of the following from 1, 2, and 3, that the values of glucose will go back to normal. 3. Remember, the first one is the fasting, and then you run that before giving the orange juice, something, because if they are greater than 240, you have to stop. You are not even giving them the orange thing. That's
What
why
do you mean stop? They're still.
they are still doing it
Of
because
course, no. What I'm saying is the blood is still there. It's not like
when you're in OB,
B.
oh,
So we're not. We're doing it the whole. The
the
whole.
whole glucose tolerance.
Yeah.
Oh, no, because in the hospital, if they have to run the fasting right away.
So fasting.
Supposed to be.
In MOB is different.
MOB
No.
is different. No,
Because in the lab,
Oh, yeah.
they said we do 1 hour, 2 hours, 3
Yeah.
hours.
Yeah, that's how we then send it out, right?
yeah, because
We do
if
it in
it
the
is
lab.
You
Yeah,
process
we are,
it.
Yeah, we are
Because you have
processing.
you
in
have
the
CLS
book,
there.
Yeah, as a lab assistant.
That was you.
So how
They
do
do
you
the blood
process
and
it?
chemicals.
Can you tell me
Oh,
one more
that's
time?
good. So you
Okay,
process
So
it
for
right away.
fasting,
Yeah,
how you process?
process and actually I'm not processing. I'm
really
working with the
there's
machine.
the
Oh,
by
that's
the
good.
book,
What hospital?
you
It's not
cannot
hospital, it's a lab.
process
It's not
if
clinical
the
laboratory.
if
I want to apply.
blood is
Yeah,
the fasting is greater than 240.
If you greater than 240, you stop, right?
Yeah,
So, yeah.
greater than 240.
I think you have a lot
But they don't do it maybe not
Oh, yeah?
anymore because they're all
So,
ambulatory. But
You have an
in the
AMT
book,
license? Huh?
in your
I don't have
exam,
So they allow you to
case
run
study,
the
if
machine.
this is greater than
That's good.
240,
do
you have
all
to
the
call the
QC,
doctor.
we do
Doctor, do you
everything.
Really?
have
Nice. Yeah. Okay.
test
I want
or
to go
We're
there.
working as a
because the
CLS, but we
glucose
do.
level is high. You
I wanna
cannot
go there.
Because if you give more,
if you give
I'm
me
you will
the patient,
jeopardize, right?
the patient will have a shock.
Right.
Or something.
Okay, so fasting, if it's greater than 40,
In
you stop.
240, you stop.
And then
Yeah.
in the process, the 3 hours
Yeah.
go to be lower.
Yeah, by the book that is how it is. But now in OB area or the
No, let's
outpatient,
stick
they
on the
don't do
question.
that.
Kasi it's gonna be different. Yung question
Yeah,
niya.
on the
It's-
case study, this is it.
So that's gonna be
In the
the
book, if the result fasting is 240,
this.
you have to call the doctor. Doctor, the patient result is sky high. We cannot give the glucose because it's gonna have an insulin shock or something.
Oh yeah. I got it.
But for now, because they are just diabetic, they have no history of diabetic. This is applicable to diabetic patients. But most pregnant women, if they just gestational, they just have diabetic because they're pregnant. So that's why the doctor doesn't
So
run the fasting anymore. Give 1, 2, and 3, and
so
4.
they need to send all those patients to a clinic that runs right away.
Yes.
They don't.
But we don't
That's
right
no.
away.
If the patient has a history of diabetic, if the mother is diabetic, then they will do that. But if you don't have a history of
It's okay.
diabetic, then it's okay. You go 1, 2,
Okay.
and 3.
All right.
But by the book, that's how it is supposed to be.
So
Case study. This
yeah.
is a
So-
case study.
so the fasting greater than
Greater than
240,
240.
we stop.
You will
By
stop.
book we stop.
Yeah.
And then at 3
Yeah.
hours, we should go. It should be go back to the normal.
Yes.
So at 2 hours, you still expecting to be higher.
higher. Yeah.
Higher than the
curve-
fasting?
No, the curve is
For
like
sure,
this.
because the
The first hour is like normal because that's fasting, right? Let us say the result is 110. The second hour, because you already gave the glucose 50 milligrams
Shoots
or
up.
75, it's high.
It should be
So the
high.
curve is high. So the second hour it goes down, and the third hour it goes
It
back
should
to
go
normal.
Third hour.
Third hour.
So
Go
the
back to
second
normal.
hour,
The second hour like this.
So you're expecting it to go down. That's what I'm saying.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes.
So, but
That's
what
why
if
they
it's
are
still
measuring.
up? So that's gonna be a problem.
That's gonna be a problem.
Actually, usually when I do this test, we do it as a 0.0 HR, 0.2 HR. Usually 2 HR is really high.
Yeah, because it's 5.
Yeah.
First hour, and then
Yeah.
at the third hour is really going back to
And
normal.
my boss say we don't care about 3 hours. The only thing that you are very specific and very important is 2 hours. Just
Wow.
make sure to run correctly because then laboratory right for us 0 HR 1 hour 2 hours.
Yeah.
So the 2 hours.
We have to
Just
put it
wait.
manually in the
Yeah.
system.
They just really want to monitor.
What do you
Okay?
mean? You don't know?
Let's
The machine?
The machine.
Oh, yeah.
I have to enter it
Of
manually.
course.
So as a dot one is R,
Right.
dot which are something like
Yeah, you can put in comment.
Which one
blood
is that?
Yeah.
The curve.
Can I make it copy for myself?
Oh, sure. Okay.
She's running.
Oh.
I want to go there.
Oh, yeah. So, Mrs. Sun is very good. They will
Ah.
train you from the scratch and everything. Sunlab, I know that client
em nhớ dài
Oh,
á.
yeah?
Em nhớ
You're
dài.
gonna be rotated. She will like the owner, Mrs.
Chị
Sun.
cũng vậy á, chị qua được
Chinese.
một lần.
She's already old, but she's very good, very nice.
You know what? The question for that one is, this is my first time to hear it.
Yeah.
Yung mga niya, ate, I don't know if I missed the class before.
Oh, really?
No, what I'm saying is
I
the 3
know.
hour that
Yeah.
I
That's
don't know.
why it's good for you to ano.
probably I missed the class. I went.
This one I gave this to you because I want you to know you don't even miss this one. How to interpret results CBC. Now after this class you will know how to interpret results with CBC. First part, second part, WBC, RBC, and then the platelet and the abnormalities. Okay, that's why I'm giving you that so that you
How to
will
interpret result?
how to interpret result. You'll be like, because you're gonna be a medtech. I'm 100%.
I know what I'm saying. Did you
Yeah.
guys discuss it already?
Not yet.
Oh,
We
okay.
will discuss it now. This you know. What? Which one do you want? Oh, the other. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Next. I have a lot. Okay. I have a lot of notes for you. Okay. I have also a binder for you. Okay.
Stapler na lang ko, te.
No, I'm giving you a notebook. A notebook for your notes, but I'm giving you a folder for the book and all your notes. You want it black color? Right?
Black ako. Oh, yeah. Ate, mamaya natin.
Mấy cái hồng highlight thì em chỉ đọc sơ thôi, đừng có cái highlight nữa.
I'll give you two because this is for the book and the other one is for all the other notes that I need.
Sayang naman next Sunday. Oh, thank you.
Don't worry,
Yeah,
don't worry. That's right.
Attend.
Yeah. And what you want blue, right? Yeah. What color do you have?
Have you taken a test?
And I have.
Yeah,
What
ASC,
color
long
do
time
you
ago.
want?
ASCP.
White, I have
It's
blue.
hard, right?
ASCP, yeah. And what do you call that one? The written too. Long time ago.
It's hard, right?
Yeah.
The hardest part is the computer, the ASCP, because you have like a pressure. Then,
Have you taken on the computer? Or you-
oh yeah, ASCP, long time ago.
Yeah. How is it? The
I'll give
question
you
form
some
is
more
really
notes.
hard.
There's a panel all my time. The only thing is,
Yeah.
and
then-
now
yeah.
they said it's
And then
much
the other
more
one is for this one, and the
you
other
know,
one is for the notes. that I'm giving
hard,
you.
harder.
Very hard.
Because
Very
they're
good.
trying to do
Very
like a
good.
situational
Very
thing, cases.
When I'm home,
Cases,
I
like you know,
what you
like
taught me
that's
and
why it's good when you ask questions. Like
you like
Because
But
this
this
one
is
is
so simple.
simple. Yeah, it's like memo case. But if you ask
I
questions,
remember. Yeah.
me, I
It's
they
easy
listen.
to recall.
So
I'm so happy.
that's good because.
Very.
Oh, thank you.
I mean,
Do you have Quizlet? I have Quizlet. Like when you go in the,
Quizlet.
You know what?
Quizlet.
This one,
it's free.
this is very
Free up.
good. You know why? Okay, I will distribute it first. This is really good. You will love me for this. Look at this. Look at this. You have everything. You have everything. This is already compact, the whole hematology. The order of maturation, transport of iron, everything there. This is like
Yeah.
80 something question, and this is like the whole topic is 68 question. We including the you will love me. This is the answer, and you will just imagine. Oh my God. See, look at that. Transference study indices. This is already a topic in your hematology exam.
Yeah.
Imagine that. I did not give this to you last time.
Mhm.
So, did I give you?
Actually, yes, you did. I put it in my.
I'm not your favorite student.
No, I have.
Yeah.
Two, right? Only one. That one. And I'll give you some more. Okay. I'll give you some more so that
You okay there? You're good?
You can put it in your binder. Okay, this is different. This is different.
This is for
Ah. Wow. You full like
Here,
Right, thank you.
that's why you other binder, Roy,
Yeah.
is for this book, and then the other binder is for your notes. That's why I'm giving you two.
Ah, well, you're so organized today. Huh?
Yeah,
I don't know.
you can, and then yeah,
Where are you
so
working
many.
now?
Kaiser.
So Kaiser is the best. You want to come to our lab? No.
Eh,
Kaiser is the
wanna
best.
do
No,
machines.
for training, you can go
Training,
to
no.
Kaiser.
These days
They
they
need-
are really picky about that one. You have to sign up, you have to stay with them at this
Is it a 24-hour thing?
This one also is
Training?
very good.
I can work.
Remember all your
If they need,
formulas.
I'm going to
You don't have to research. Yeah.
Do you know Emerson? Area.
Mm-mm.
Here,
No.
here, here.
From Kaiser?
Oh,
I know Emerson. I
which
met him many
Kaiser?
times.
Which Kaiser?
I
He wants
started,
to, you know
I
what?
started in hospital, then moved to Cerritos.
He wants to come to my class, Emerson, and teach you how to read manual differential.
Really? I didn't tell him that I'm here. Don't tell him.
Oh no, I will not. I will not.
No, don't. Whenever he wants to come, I will not come. Okay.
See, that is your friends American. That's how to, differentiate.
Oh, yeah,
The
M-O-S.
MO.
Okay.
And this is very good. Right. Right, this
Too
one.
much paper.
Because that's why I'm giving you what's this? Another notebook, because the other one is for study, for the exam. The other one is the book. Okay. Here. Okay? And then look at that, polychromasia, for thrombin and everything. So that's also part of your what's this? Next. So many.
Ah.
A lot of things to study and remember.
Yeah.
Yeah, it like holding too much.
This is 84 already, and that's coag and hematology.
You should take it
And
now.
this is very good. Explanation and everything.
You could feel it sometimes, huh?
Huh?
You could feel it sometimes if you're ready or not.
Here. Very
I
good.
cannot see numbers.
Very good.
Thank you.
Very good. Okay. I'm giving you all the formulas and everything, and now
This one. That's our term for study.
yeah. So can we put it on a binder right now?
Yes.
Yeah. Before we start. Okay. Here.
Do we have any like
Yeah. Like this.
pattern?
Give me that one.
You put together like this.
Yeah.
So ikaw.
Ikaw natin at i-baby mo muna ako. Alam mo, makalat ako eh. I'm a mess. I don't good on those organizing.
Okay. Okay.
Oh,
This one we can put in the back.
Okay. So this one,
yeah.
all you like this is all
This
like
one?
this. Yeah. And then no, I'll give you maybe I'll give you
Yeah,
a
yeah.
different color or what?
So that easy to.
This
No,
is
which one is which?
this is for your book, your guide, and this is for your notes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Pwede yan.
Yeah. Okay. And this is for your notes. Okay. And your exam, put it all the way to the back, so that these are your notes and all the exam is at the back. Okay.
I hate doing like that.
Take out the stapler, huh?
Yeah.
Do you have where's my stapler remover?
I can.
See, ladies are always prepared.
That's okay. That's okay. All right. So like this.
So what time is Kuya will be back like?
He's
You
only
work-
working 6 hours today, but last night he worked from morning till night,
Extend?
12 hours.
You don't want to go home, huh?
He doesn't want to go. He loves Kaiser so much, and Kaiser is so
COS?
busy.
Lab
No,
assistant.
love assistant. And he loves Kaiser so much, and he's so busy. The your only break is your
Because
lunch
if you love what you do, you're good. You can-
He is a full retirement.
And he's getting,
and he's getting his full retirement, and still
yeah, we have a
he's
lot of
working.
working like 30 years, 38 years. You don't want to retire. Yeah, they like it. I don't,
I just put together and then later on I separate.
Yeah, yeah, later on this one. Because it's too. Where's the rest of this one? In there, huh? You still have it? This one.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
I have the other folder.
Yeah. You put that with that folder.
Oh, okay, ma'am. Okay, okay.
You want to separate?
Okay, do you need headphones?
I do it. So can
Yeah,
no,
yeah.
yeah.
exercise.
No,
Exercise.
Yeah, we can do it.
Yeah, I do.
no,
No, don't worry about that. We can do it.
It's
Yeah.
not gonna.
Yeah,
Just maybe little by little.
yeah, we can do it. Yeah, no worries.
Here is for the other book.
Thank
Okay?
you.
So okay, you're good, right?
Yes,
this is for you.
but.
Yeah, I can do it. No worries.
I think that is really better.
Yeah, yeah.
That
We
one
can
is
go over
better.
there.
Yeah.
Yeah. Then we can start. Yeah. So that we can finish early. Yeah. Because I have an appointment later with my sister.
Okay.
She just came from Philippines. She retired and come back because she doesn't like to stay there. 13 years. I've been seen here for 7 years. I didn't see her yesterday because I'm so busy and they just got here. I have to see her today.
Your sister.
Yeah, my sister. They don't like Philippines.
Yeah.
Oh, this is the tutorial. Can I put a word?
Uh-huh.
This is your tutorial.
You're gonna go where? Here? No.
No, that
Okay.
is only for your book over there. Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. This is for the exam for the California. When you pass, you have to take this exam. These are the questions. And nobody fails in this one. Everybody pass.
Because last time I think they missed some question, right?
Yeah, we made some.
Yeah.
Okay. So
They have 11 questions.
here. This is mine, but the two questions just Google it there.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So I need to
Yeah.
First thing, focus on the
the recipe.
first,
Yeah.
and this one is like the minor thing. to
Yeah,
worry
that's
about.
very minor. That's
Yeah,
after you
yeah.
pass the exam.
Oh my God, that's
After
scary.
You can check it online.
Yeah.
The 11 questions. You can check it online.
And the other thing, if you pass, you can do the exam for me too. Because it's online.
Yeah,
It's true.
I recommend this book all the time.
Oh, yeah, success.
Oh my God.
You have this,
I still have, I have it in the garage for now.
Oh, this is so expensive of 300.
How much? Let me see the. Don't say.
Oh, you better read it, my dear, please.
What? Yeah.
That is very old. This is even very
Yeah,
old.
success. I think I have it.
You have it.
I don't know. Yeah, if I have extra, I think I have two. If you.
Do you know?
I'm not sure. I'm not gonna check on the garage.
$300 now. You can sell yours for three. Okay, let me know if you sell one because a friend of mine in San Diego wants to
No,
buy.
I'll make a raffle. It's for free if I found it.
You
Yeah.
sell it. It's 300.
After you pass, you
I
still keep it.
don't know. Let me clean my garage first because it's
That's 300. No,
Really?
350, yeah.
okay. Success. I think I even download it on my phone. You
Oh
can
my
download that
God.
one in your
I
phone
have
too.
my phone in my phone too.
You did it, right?
Yeah.
You purchased it.
No, somebody gave it to me. I don't remember. Some of my
Yes,
friends, some of
yeah.
my friends that passed the
Yeah.
exam.
Then you can, print it, make it a hard.
If I have time, I prefer to say this one.
Okay.
For sure,
So
you will
get
not
your
have time.
folder.
Yeah.
Did you mix it together? No.
No,
Oh,
it's
very good.
Just study this one.
Hematology?
I mean, the
The
cartoon
things.
book.
Yeah.
So the cartoon book, okay.
Cartoon.
So the other one is separate the other one. Put that away and then get your cartoon book. This one.
Cartoon book, huh?
Yeah.
This one.
Yeah. And then
This
you
is
put-
PER.
Yeah.
Yeah, from PER
Yeah,
book.
but this is very easy. This is the outline because your book is more.
No more.
This is very simplified. Before we start this, let's use the bathroom 1 minute and then
Okay.
let's start straight. Okay. We only break a little bit for lunch. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, go restroom. I'm okay.
Yeah, rest go.
Skull, sternum, pelvis, shoot.
When do you want to take that exam?
No idea.
You, December?
No, September.
Oh, really? Yeah.
For sure, I'm gonna do it until the end of this year.
Okay.
For sure, I'm gonna do it because I become very tired. Whole my,
Yeah.
bedroom is a lots of paper, a lots of books, and always my husband. Yeah, oh, okay, come on, after.
I,
I feel
which
bad.
one? The ACPI?
Not I.
SCP.
ASCP.
Okay.
But I try my best, I don't know. Yeah.
It doesn't
Because I have
matter.
the little one, so yeah.
Yeah, it doesn't
Eh,
matter. The
September?
Emerson.
September?
Yeah, that's
Oh, good
what
luck.
the plan, but I don't know. Yeah, I'm
That's
not
good.
applied for it yet.
You know, the Emerson that I talk about him, he told me just go and do the exam, see what's going on.
Right.
Yeah.
Did you take the mock exam
No.
before
No.
here with
No,
her?
no.
Oh, so that's why you don't feel like you're ready.
No, I didn't feel ready that so I think okay, next week. So after that it was COVID. So everything
COVID, so you cannot.
yeah.
So you did review already?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Without back.
Oh.
So
With, ate, anong pangalan niya na from San Diego?
did he pass that person from San Diego? That
no.
one Filipino.
Yeah, he's my friend too. I forgot her name.
He passed already.
No.
First time he failed. He was my classmate here. First time he failed. Who was that? I don't
From
know.
San Diego, I forgot her
San
name.
Diego. He was working in San Diego.
Anong pangalan niya tayo yung kausap natin?
I don't know his name.
Yeah.
He wants to do not ASCP. He wants.
Yung nagka-problema?
G,
G. Yeah.
the grade guy, he took it many times because once he sit into my review,
Okay.
he's not listening to me because he thought he is better than me. When he take the exam, he failed.
Overconfident.
Overconfident. Oh, really? He did not study well? I charged him because I want him to pass the exam.
Okay.
I even told him I will do one-on-one for you because I want you to. Blood bank and you are set, you're good. This is very simple because the cells and the microorganism doesn't change the definition, doesn't change the picture and everything. So easy. Doesn't change the oh, you're recording.
But then,
Okay.
Yeah, I study it, but sometimes like forgot about it.
Yeah.
So we have to keep repeating.
Right.
Yeah, I think
You are
that's
so
big.
lucky because you graduated here. You are still
No.
on rotation now.
So you're good. You have a good memory still.
not
Yeah.
really.
Not really. Not really. I still have like
Which one in
one or two questions wrong. I quite disappointed.
Cal State? Oh yeah.
You are still rotating now for the
Internship. That's good. For 90 days, right?
No,
How-
1 year.
1 year?
Yeah.
Then after that, you're gonna take the exam.
Yeah.
I think you're gonna pass. Most of you guys pass, yeah,
But there are two ladies.
Oh, I have a student.
because it's like continuous.
I have a student.
learning.
She graduated here. She took the test and she failed. That's why she took my class. And now she told me I'm ready. Yeah, she's taking it September 8th.
September 8th.
Yeah, because she told me.
Because
after
once you
my-
survive the class here,
Yeah.
you're good. Because it's hard getting in,
Yeah, everything.
So once you're done and doing the internship, basically you just need to pass the
Yeah.
exam. You have a lot of advantage. So good luck.
Do
Yes.
you recommend the card? The
I have that
Lo-
one. I will show it to
Polanski
you.
card?
Polanski.
I have it.
I think it's
This-
good
this-
too,
this-
right?
this-
Still, I have that one to the big.
Yeah. You know what? When you're in the bathroom, when you're watching TV,
I have Quizlet too.
read it like
Hmm.
comics.
Where's my Quizlet?
Just flip it. Just flip it because on Polanski there is the definition, and that is like that's what I did. I'll show it to
I
you.
think it's good, yeah.
It's really good. You will really like it because
But this is so much to remember.
this one
Phải nhớ. Mm.
I did not. I formulated this. Look at this, but I'm not giving it yet. Almost the end of the review. Look at this. This is like Polanski. This is the answer, and that's and
okay.
this is the answer, and this is the description. Why is that the answer? Why? These are all the subject matter. You cannot miss this because these are all everything: basic knowledge, blood bank, chemistry, everything. That's why I'm giving this at the end, almost end of the review, because what is if test, what is very slow, what is everything is here, my dear. Yeah.
This one
I
too.
think all we need is
Yeah.
The Quizlet is good too. It's free.
This one is
Quizlet. You have it?
I could view it.
I can make
Where it's gonna-
already everything. With A1C, what is sodium cyanide?
This one.
What is
yeah.
this and what is that? Shift to
The
the
most
left, shift to the
expensive
right.
involves all of the
You
following
know,
reasons.
Honestly, it was one person here. He passed the exam right away for AAB.
yeah,
He told me all the questions there.
yeah.
And he didn't study because we were here. We have been here with each other. AAB. He said just all of them this one.
So you mean
He passed
I
right
made
away.
it.
AAB?
A.
I
Yeah.
made all of this, all the
It's really good for
subjects.
AAB.
Which one? The PER?
The
one?
answer is
Yeah,
there
it's
and the
something like
question,
flashcard.
everything.
Oh yeah, the flashcard.
Something
like
I told you, spoon feeding.
The Polanski.
Maybe we should have a little.
No?
That's not Rusty, that's for her. I think all the questions.
For her? Give it to us then.
She's gonna give it. She's gonna give it. She's gonna give it.
I know.
I have it.
I have to find it, but I don't.
Because I think that's a lot. That's very good. Okay, so next, let's start.
So he say that it's a
Yeah,
lot in there, huh?
Oh, that's all the
Just only
subject
do-
matter.
Really?
Yeah, he passed right away.
Oh, really?
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Just that one.
Just not one.
Yeah, that's
For
AAB, not ASCP.
Yeah, but even with AECP, my students just study what I have. They
Yeah.
don't even they just concentrate on my notes. I said, no, don't do that. Study more. So no, Ate, we just concentrate and
Yeah,
make
if you
it.
make this
Yeah,
really
I have.
understand what's going on, you're gonna
I
pass.
have a student from San Diego, he's Vietnamese, and he came here. Oh my goodness, when he took the exam, after very hard. You make it when in 3 weeks, Ate, I passed the exam. See, I told you. Now he is working as a
How long ago?
3 years, 3 years.
2 years, 2 years.
He is from San Diego. Just a referral. But they travel here from San Diego very far. As I told you, I even have students from Las Vegas. But she's now working as a stylist also. Okay, let's start. Because it's already
Yeah, 10:30 or
10:30, very good. Okay. So our topic for today is hematology. Okay. Hematology is like when we how do we picture hematology? Hematology is blood. Remember, last topic was chemistry. So when we picture chemistry, it is serum, right? Serum and all the enzymes in our body and everything. But with hematology, it's the complete blood count in our body. And this is always ordered every single day. The doctor wants to know our complete blood count, what is going on, what's our hemoglobin, what's our hematocrit, because if we need transfusion or if there's something wrong with our body, and segregate this into two so that if you study, you will not be confused. Hematology about blood, so we will separate this RBC and WBC because RBC, red blood cell, is anemia. And WBC is leukemia. So that's how you separate between these two, so that when you focus, when you study, you not get confused. So we will study because the big chunk in hematology is your anemia. Because anemia consists of NDCs, RBC, and all those stuff, and the different diseases. Because with leukemia, we just focus on chronic lymphocytic, acute lymphocytic leukemia, and all those are graded like MO, MC, something like that. So let's start with how is the blood originate? How is this blood is processed in our body? So hematology, it's what you call hematopoiesis. And by the way, the red blood cell is only 120 days. The lifespan, remember, lifespan of RBC is only 120 days. And it's always regenerating the body. Okay? So hematology, how is the blood being processed in the body? How is this from birth to death? Okay? So prenatal hematopoiesis. Prenatal hematopoiesis, we have yolk sac, we have spleen, lymph nodes, and bone marrow. And what are those? Okay. With the yolk sac, when the baby is conceived in the when the fetus is conceived in the womb, okay, 0 to 2, the blood is that in the yolk sac. Okay, and then
0 to 2
0 to 2 months, that is months in the yolk sac. And then 3, 4, 5, and 6, that is spleen and lymph nodes. And then 7, 8, and 9, up to birth, it's already in the bone marrow. That's why if you do that's why if you want to check the leukemia and everything, something like that, is a bone marrow aspirate, because it is where the blood is being processed in the liver or something, bone marrow. Okay, so remember the prenatal hematopoiesis. This is how it goes: 0 to 2, yolk sac; 3, 4, 5, and 6 months, spleen and lymph nodes; and by birth, 7, 8 to 9, that is already bone marrow. Okay, next. Okay. Adult hematopoiesis. Did we get that? Adult hematopoiesis. We have skull, sternum, pelvis, ribs, and vertebrae. These are flat bones, active adults, hemopoietic tissue colony forming units in red marrow. So these are the organs: the skull, the sternum, the pelvis, the ribs, and the vertebrae. The flat bones that is associated with hematopoiesis, how the blood is being formed. So blood cell maturation. So in our blood cell maturation, we have the platelet, we have the RBC, we have the RBC, we have the WBC, and we have the platelets. So what are these? We have this is how the RBC is formed. Okay, rubroblast, prorubrocyte, beta rubrocyte, reticulocyte, and then the mature is erythrocyte. Okay, so you have a mnemonic for this so that you won't forget. This is how the RBC is formed. So you have RPR, Mr. E. What do you mean by RPR, Mr. E? That is your rubroblast, prorubrocyte, because this is really in you cannot interchange this.
RPR,
RPR.
MR,
RPR, Mr. E. That is your mnemonic.
RPR,
Mr. E.
MR.
That is your mnemonic, just
Like
like clamp.
Mr.
If I will use
It's
clamp,
like a code.
but this one, Mr. RPR, Mr. E.
RPR, Mr.
It's
E.
like Mr.
RPR,
E
Mr. E.
has an RPR. Okay? So RPR, put it on the side, RPR, Mr. E, because that is the series. You cannot interchange that from
So this one came out from the exam. Then?
oh yeah.
So how they
It's like
address
this.
the question?
What is the third series of RBC maturation series?
Okay.
When you spot like
You see,
Rubrocyte.
Rubrocyte.
Yeah, I have a question. Can we see under the microscope those cells or no?
No. This is
Only
the
maybe
series.
Nicholas.
This is how it is formed. No,
not
you can, yeah, sure. You can see only in the microscope, you can only see the blast, the immature cells and everything. Not because this is just how it is processed. You can see the blast, the platelet and all the stuff, but not this is the series and how it is formed.
So it's like a term,
It's like, yeah,
a term only.
yeah. This is like, but like this in the body. This is how it
Because
is
I heard
processed.
from the series, they're talking about the nucleotide.
Non-nucleated RBC,
It's
of
from
course.
the CAP.
Yes,
They
nucleated RBC is a mature RBC, mostly from the kids.
The G
In RBC,
and RBC.
that's nucleated RBC because the mature
It's not
RBC
here.
is called erythrocyte.
Uh-huh.
So this is the immature, from immature to that's how it is formed. This is formed in the bone marrow.
Mm-hmm.
When it matures, the mature is erythrocyte. But they will ask you a question. What is the third? What is before it is erythrocyte? Like they will ask you reticulocyte, meteorocyte. But reticulocyte you can because this is the index of the bone marrow. That's why you're gonna be in lecture now. So be sure to remember RPR, Mr. E. That's how the RBC is processed in the bone marrow. Okay, so that is how it is.
You know, and Marilu,
Mhm.
Malu, I call her Malu. Malu say usually then they send to the lab the AAP for testing the
AAP, CAP, the cup,
yeah, the cap, yeah.
That's
The
what I'm
picture
doing.
image goes to the exam. Yeah or no?
No.
She
I have that one. Oh, I did not
yeah,
bring
that's the
mine.
reason I asked you because you are doing that.
I'm doing it.
You're-
I just have
that's
it
your
the
job.
other day. I have cup and I have API. American proficiency
Yeah,
and then cup also. I should have brought it from here.
Maybe
huh?
next week.
That's from the unknown sample. You have to run the CBC, you have to run the CDIT, you have to run the
Yeah, I know.
slides. Yeah.
Mostly this is fluoride in there.
In RBC, my yellow blast, but normally the very easy is the API because it will just give you the neutrophil, eosinophil, and all the stuff. Very easy. Those are the WBC. Okay.
So that's image. Yeah.
That's image only. That's drawing. I don't know where my Atlas book is. Somebody borrowed it and did not return. The Atlas book, all the images, you should study the
Yeah,
open
they
book.
said
Yeah.
there's a lot of images.
Yeah. So I will look for that book so that do you have the atlas, the hematology atlas?
I think I have one book. It's called like blue color.
Blue color.
I
Like
have a
thin,
lot of
right? I
books
have
already.
You also have, right?
I don't know.
On the internet. You know,
Yeah, internet.
Search
Google it, YouTube it.
YouTube it, yeah.
But still, sometimes if you like, you have this hard copy on you, it's still good. But if you're like looking at it too a lot,
So I
you can
know,
get
no,
overwhelmed.
no. That's why this
So
book.
I don't know. It's up to you.
Yeah.
How do you manage your?
Yeah, so study
No,
this
that's
one and the
what-
notes I gave you.
I
You're
cannot
set.
handle with the books or something.
Yeah,
Just want
Me, I like it on the
Everything.
iPad.
You mean this one?
I just
This one is
listen
your outline and the other notes. that
because I know
gave you.
sometimes it retains.
I have to study it.
It
Oh,
retains on me.
yeah.
But sometimes
No,
if
you
I put my
I haven't
Alphabet?
taken a look at this. I
Okay, but
refer this
sometimes-
if I don't
You need to
understand, I will go in.
What's my
I
plan?
have to stand by from here.
That is very important.
Focus, yeah.
Yeah, because this is just an outline, and that is all the explanation and the compact.
Too much, you know.
Oh, so you get it
Exactly,
from
too
here
much.
to
Yeah,
here.
too much.
Yeah, and then I research all this. Yeah, this is the other one. The one is already the
It will be all
topic
margin.
in
You
your
need the
exam.
wrong
This is
way
just an
because you
outline
have
for
a
the
lot
whole
of
subject.
So you mean
matter.
this one
Oh,
is?
you have to study that.
Okay.
Do not set it aside.
She passed her.
Very,
He passed
very
her.
important.
And his knowledge
Okay,
was
okay.
his knowledge
This
is
is
less
just
than
an outline.
Mhm.
because we
Oh,
study with
okay.
each other.
So she
So I
just
should
focus on
study
one.
like
Yeah,
one
he went to
thing.
the class.
this. Oh, it's separate
MLT,
subject,
okay.
like separate.
No, for example,
And
you
this
study
is
hematology,
right.
study also here,
That
or
one
study
is
the notes I gave you.
Okay.
that they have
And
license, and
maybe
that
you
they
can
have
also, yeah, study
master
the
for
notes I gave you.
biology.
If I give you,
After 1
if
year,
you
they're
study
gonna
chemistry,
be
study also
sales.
chemistry.
Really?
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
in California.
Okay.
They are
That's how you
waiting for
study.
it.
And then
No,
once
what
you
you're
finish
saying
all
that if you
that,
have
you QA.
If you pass the
questions and
exam for
answers.
MLT.
really,
Yeah.
that's my plan.
Yeah, if you pass the exam for MLT, not
So,
MLS.
Yeah,
next
MLT.
week,
And you
our
have a
topic
major
hematology
as
will
a
be
biology.
So you need to go to
Biology,
school.
read
No
all
need to go.
these,
If you
and
have,
study also the notes that I gave
if you want, you can go to
Okay.
For example, for me, okay, I have a bachelor.
Not just try to
microbiology.
study this,
Yeah, same
okay,
here, yeah,
but
yeah.
study this
Okay,
one.
if you pass the exam for MLT after 1 year,
Because that
they're
is
gonna
very
get you
important. That's
equivalency.
already the exam.
to the
Okay,
there you go.
okay.
MLS.
So that's a new thing, not yet.
Maybe next year it will be started, maybe.
Oh,
You
Because
will-
one of my
you will
coworkers
learn
because that's why I want to
in
take
here.
the MLT
Yeah,
also.
at least MLT.
You have an option, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you for that information.
So you guys will take the exam together? Then what?
I have to. I have to do it until the end of this year. I have to. If no,
Did you already apply?
no.
You,
The route is kind of somewhat confusing, the
I
route,
will, I will teach you the,
because I did pay it last time. It's like a waste of money. I don't know where it went, because sometimes I get confused also
Oh, yeah,
the
yeah.
application.
Oh, yeah, it can be confused.
Ah,
But I heard from
so that's why I need to be very careful, like applying, paying, you know. Sometimes
I
it's,
have some notes you want. me to
yeah,
send
please,
you.
yeah,
I
yeah.
will
So
send you.
I'm planning to take December, I think.
Yeah.
December for
ASCP,
AAB.
AAB. I don't know
But
about the AAB.
I
AAB
want to
is hard.
take
But
the
ASCP for applying is easier.
ASCP.
But they don't know. They don't want anything from you. Just they need your money. It's up to you.
Then they're gonna give you the code, right? What's,
Yeah.
what do you call
just
that one?
upload your
Yeah.
TOR. You don't even have to send it to them.
And I called
they want
AAB.
your money only.
I called AAB.
Yeah.
Sorry, because my transcript
Okay, I
was
need
like
some coffee.
I thought it was expired already
Oh.
because it's almost 5 years,
Me
past
too.
5 years.
I
Then I
have
called
to.
them. No, it's still okay. Just
Really?
pay.
One more time.
Just pay
Yes, everything.
application. They said it's still okay because it's almost 5 years.
Okay, yeah.
Get
Because I can get it again. My transcript.
No, yeah, we can do it.
But I was surprised you said it's still
you have to
okay.
pay a lot of money over there too. For
I know, same
translation.
thing, right?
For me, from my country, I have to
They need
translate.
to evaluate it.
Yeah. But I did evaluated my bachelor.
Yeah. There's a certain body that
Yeah.
they're gonna evaluate your thing.
Yeah.
It's supposed
They
to
say
be
the company
permanent.
change, the company that evaluate your.
There's a lot of body actually. So that's a good thing too, the MLT. Because I think I asked her if what site is that for the MLT. Give me
You have to go to that one too. ASCP for certification and get your passport and
oh yeah.
The strong one.
Here, give me a site. It's American.
board of certification.
Yeah, that's ACP.
Yeah. And I think after because last time I asked my son to do it for me. I think he said it's easy. It's nothing, mommy. I can do it for you. Because I have a son, 23 years old.
Oh yeah. Just your eldest?
Hmm?
That's your eldest?
I have only one.
Me too. My daughter is 25.
Oh, okay. Only one?
5. They all
I'm jealous of you. You have five.
three girls, 2 boys.
That's good.
They grown up. Yeah, so at
You look
25.
young.
Yeah, okay.
You look young.
They grown up. So before
what about
dropping
your
off,
wife?
picking up,
Yeah, what about your wife?
she's nurse.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
It's still in the medical field.
All of us actually. My son is just
see how is it processed in the bone marrow.
RPR.
As I said, RPR, Mr. E. So do not forget your mnemonic. Put your mnemonic on the
Mr.
side,
RPR, Mr. E.
That's how.
Series.
Yeah, that's your mnemonic. Next, okay. We have the.
Love the coffee.
This is the.
Mm.
You want coffee?
Later, ate.
You,
Yeah,
the
right.
next-
We need to focus now. Yeah.
And then the next one is your WBC. What is your WBC? That is your myeloblast, promyelocyte, myelocyte, metamyelocyte, band, and segmented neutrophil. That is your white blood cell. And then the next one is your, the next one is still related with your WBC. Monoblast, promomyelocyte, monocyte, and the micropus tissues. Those are also in your WBC. And the third one,
What is the amount? The PUBC?
mhm. And then the next one is your platelet. That is also platelet is part of the complete blood count. That is your megakaryoblast, which is the most immature. And then the promegakaryocyte. And then you have the platelet thrombocyte. The mature is the platelet thrombocyte. And another name for platelet is thrombocyte. Okay? So, and the last one also is your lymphoblast, polymyelocyte, lymphocyte, and T cell and B cell and plasma cell. Those are the helper cells. Okay? And those are part also of the complete blood count. So, the complete blood count, the CBC, is your RBC, WBC, and platelet. And what are the functions of those? The RBC is mostly, as I said, for anemia. The WBC is mostly for leukemia. And the platelets is to prevent the clot. If you have bleeding,
The
then
soldiers.
that's
Huh?
why you have platelets, because it will stop the bleeding,
Clotting.
the clotting. That's why you have platelets. Okay, so it's easy. Hematology is just WBC, RBC.
Easy
and
for
platelet.
you.
Okay, next. Okay, so what is in RBC? Red blood cells. The first one is hemoglobin, page 50. The first page, the next one is hemoglobin. What is hemoglobin? This is a heme synthesis. Must have adequate supply of iron. So iron is related to hemoglobin. Okay. Excess iron will be stored in tissue and body organs. Hemosiderosis, hemochromatosis in organ damage. Transferrin, there you are again. See, it's related to chemistry. So transferrin is the transport of protein. Ferritin is the storage of protein or iron. Hemosiderin, water insoluble iron storage from long term. So in your exam, if they will ask you, what is the iron storage for a long term? That's hemosiderin. But if you, because like storage of iron, isn't it like ferritin? Oh, I cannot find ferritin.
So long term.
What's good? What's wrong? It's hemosiderin. Because hemosiderin is also included. It's a long-term storage for iron. But if there is no hemosiderin, automatic it's ferritin, right? So storage, ferritin, transport is transferrin, and long-term is hemosiderin. See, very easy. Okay, next. Okay, so we have a hem precursors. What are those? What is hem precursors? They are like helpers of the hem of the hemoglobin. So what are those? You have the delta. This one also you have to this is also in series. Okay, delta aminolubulinic acid, porphobilinogen, uroporphyrinogene, coproporphyrinogene, protoporphyrin, hem plus globin equals to hemoglobin. This is the series. This is how the hemoglobin is also formed. Okay, so you have a mnemonic. What is your mnemonic there? Well, the delta for your cup pronto on a cup of hem. So because delta
Here.
is aminolubulinic, 4 is your porphobilinogen, euro is your uroporphyrinogene, coproporphyrinogene, protoporphyrin, and then the last one is your hemoglobin. Okay, and then you have the protoporphyrin precursor. So that's it. Do not forget Porphyrins, excessive formation of porphyrins. Of course, if any enzymatic step of hemosynthesis is blocked. Okay, this is how the hemoglobin is synthesized. This is how it is formed. Do not forget this, okay? Next. Okay. Globin genes and hemoglobin chains. So we have the chromosome, we have the globin chains, we have the hemoglobin, we have the newborn, and we have the adult. Okay. So we have the our one is alpha equal 2, and the most important here is this 3. The last 3 is the most important. Focus on the last 3. The alpha 2, gamma 2, that is your hemoglobin F. And that is 16 to 90% of the newborn and 1% of the adult. That is your fetal hemoglobin. That is your hemoglobin F. Do not forget. You want a highlighter? Okay. So hemoglobin F. Okay. That is for newborn. And then the alpha 2, beta 2, that is your hemoglobin 8. No, alpha 2, delta 2, the next one. That is your hemoglobin A2. On the newborn, that's less than 2%, and on the adult, 2%. So the last one is for adult. What is that? Alpha 2, beta 2. That is hemoglobin A, and then 10 to 40% of the newborn, but on the adult, that's 97%. So the alpha 2, beta 2 is for adult hemoglobin, and the F hemoglobin is for baby, for newborn. Okay, focus on those 3, and be sure to know how many percent. Next, we have the hemoglobin oxygen dissociation curve. Okay, it says here when it is shift to the left, oxygen not released to the tissue is adequate. When it is shift to the right, oxygen to the tissue more easily. So I will let you understand. So when you see in the slides, when they said like, oh, there's a left shift is immature cells, like blast. Let me say the blast was not mature. So it's a blast, the patient must have like leukemia or something. So it's shift to the left. What is shift to the left? Oxygen is not released. Oxygen is not released to the tissue. So the blood was immature. So did not give up oxygen. So it's immature. It's left shift. It's immature. It's blast. When it is shift to the right, then it's mature. Oxygen is released to the tissue, so it's good. So remember, do not forget. Left shift, use your left hand. Right shift is the mature. So left shift, the oxygen was not released, so it's left shift, it's immature. Right one, it's mature, and then oxygen was released to the tissue. So use your hand so that you will not forget. Percent that
See,
is there.
we don't in LabNet, if you see like there's a special test, it says potassium I never look on the percentage.
That is in your exam. That is
I never look on that
It
percentage.
doesn't say in here, right?
no.
What is potassium
I
PDDA? It's
will-
potassium
in lunch
PDDA.
break,
I don't look for
I will
percentage.
give you the
2.3 or 2.5.
2.3
So it's a good thing to,
2.5. Yeah, that's why that's good that you read.
especially
now.
those
Yeah, especially the sodium
blue
citrate. Sodium citrate, that comes out in your exam.
The blue
100%.
tubes,
Yeah.
royal
Next.
blue.
Yeah, I will, on the lunch break, I will get the tubes and I will get here. Okay. So, what is the anticoagulant? EDTA. That's ethylene tetraacetate, ethylene diamine tetraacetate. And now it's K2-EDTA, right? And then chelates calcium, so it is unavailable to participate in the coagulation cascade. Why? That's why we don't use lavender top on our coagulation sample because it chelates calcium. Calcium is very important on our cascade for coagulation. That's why we never use K2-EDTA. We use the sodium citrate. Okay, that's what it says here. Next, heparin is anti-thrombin agent. So next, okay, I will ask you a question now. Very easy. What is the anticoagulant of choice? Okay, and what is the color of the tube? Everything.
Purple top.
Purple top. Okay.
And the percentage is
And the percentage
2.3.
2.3.
2.5?
4.5 to 3%. I'll get the
3%.
two. I'll get the two. Okay.
Purple and blue.
Purple. Purple.
Royal
Blue is
blue.
for
Royal blue.
coagulation.
Blue, no, royal blue.
It's for heavy metals.
Oh, yeah, heavy metals.
Yeah. Okay. Next, what is the principle? Highlight the principle. Is conversion of hemoglobin to cyanhemoglobin by potassium cyanide and potassium percyanide. And what are the sources of error while you're doing your hemoglobin? Lipemia. What do you mean by lipemia? The blood sample is like very milky, lipemic. Eating too much fat.
Lechon.
Okay, lechon. Okay. High WBC count. When the patient has a high WBC count, like if they have an infection or something, that will interfere with your hemoglobin count. Then extremely ecteric sample, what do you mean by this? Very yellow. If the patient has jaundice or something's wrong with the liver or the obstructive jaundice or something like that, that's why the sample is very ecteric. Ecteric is yellow sample. Lipemia is milky, too much cholesterol there, and high WBC count, that will also affect your hemoglobin count. Okay. And what is the diluent that we use? Grabkin's solution.
We have to know this one.
You have to highlight Grabkin's solution. And be sure, I gave you a note for this, the referent values. For male, 16 plus or minus 2 microgram per dl, and female is for plus or minus 2. I already gave you all those that note, right? You have it. See? Okay, next, hemoglobin variance. Okay, hemoglobin variance, we have methemoglobin, we have carboxyhemoglobin. Okay, methemoglobin is the ferric oxide oxidized to ferrous, brown, cannot bind oxygen. Carboxyhemoglobin, carbon monoxide, smokers, cherry red. Carboxyhemoglobin is like when you are number of smokers. Okay. That's about hemoglobin. Okay, so hemoglobin. Now we have hematocrit. What is hematocrit? This is still a part of the RBC. Okay, measures, highlight, measures packed cell volume in percent. Manual technique, can use finger stick, of course, especially for babies. EDTA or heparinized sample. Okay, sources of error. What are the sources of error? Failure to seal tube adequately with clay, incorrect reading due to an even clay clog, inaccurate certitudes. Because you know why? Before we use the microtube, the small thing. You do it like this, and you put it in, and then you spin it, and you read it. But now we have an instrument. We no longer use the manual method. The manual method before, the micro thing, you prick and you do like this, and then you seal it with clay and you spin it. We no longer do that. But they want you to know that that's the very basic. Okay. Next, measure. Of course, it measures the back cell volume, and then automated technique usually okay. Failure to automated technique usually indirect, calculated by MCV and RBC. And the referent ranges, there again, hematocrit is For male, it ranges 45 plus or minus 5%. Female is 42 plus or minus 5%. Okay? So be sure to know the hemoglobin normal range and the hematocrit normal range for female and male. Next, this is your manual cell count. This is how you do this. Okay, what is the width? This is 0.1 millimeter. Diluent is 1.98%. On this chamber, on this manual cell count, do not really focus on this one because this was never in the exam. But please just read onto this one. Okay? Okay. So I think the middle one is your the WBC and the rest is on here is your RBC, right? W count all 9 squares. WBC count all 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and this is your RBC. Next, but you have the formula there. Red cell indices. This is very important because it is coming out in your cold agglutinin question. Okay. Red cell indices. What are the indices? We have the MCV, we have the MCH, we have the MCHE, and the RDW. Be sure to know the formula. Okay. So everything is your MCV. That is your morpho-cosmopoliar volume, something like that. MCV. That's hematocrit over RBC times 10. And be sure to know the reference ranges. Okay, the MCH is hemoglobin over RBC times 10, and it's easy. The MCH is hemoglobin over hematocrit times 10. Then I have no problem. I'm sorry. Okay. What is the RDW? That is your variation in size.
Yeah, lalabas yan. Size.
Okay. Aniso ang katapos kilo. Okay. Be sure to know the different ranges because you know why in your exam they will say a patient came to the lab with the MCH of 80 and the MCH of this with the WBC. That is in your case study. That's why you have to know the reference ranges, please. And then what is the indication? For example, the MCV, the reference ranges is 80 to 100, and then if it is less than 80, microcytic anemia. Microcytic, the cells is immature. It's small and it's anemia. And then when it is greater than 100, we also have macrocytic anemia. The cell is enlarged and is still immature. Large, macro. Okay? When it is greater than 100. So, MCHC varies with hemoglobin content and size of the cell. MCHC is hypochromic cells, hyperchromic cells. And okay. What do you mean by MCHC? This is like the hypo or the hyper. You can see it on the stain. When it is when the stain is like really pale, that's a hypo. When it is really bluish or something, that is hyper. Okay? And then the RDW is your size and your variation. That is your poikilo and your anisocytosis. Variation in size, that is your anisocytosis. Variation in shape is your poikilocytosis. When it is size, aniso. When it is shape, that is poikilocytosis. Okay? Did we get that? Okay. Next, because I will lecture to you about cold agglutinin in the indices. Okay, later on. Okay. Next, we have the peripheral blood cell and their function. What are those? Be sure to know this again. Be sure not to memorize but understand. What is red cell, female referent ranges, and their function? The main function of red cell is to transport oxygen to tissue and CO2 removal from tissue, cell nutrition. Neutrophil is, referent ranges is 50 to 70, and then phagocytic response to bacteria, lymphocytic, humoral, monocytic is phagocytic, and then basophil, inflammatory. If you have an inflammation, then your basophil count is elevated or increased. Eosinophil, like on this allergy season, because of the pollen or the dust outside, sometimes when you see in your complete blood count, eosinophil count is elevated because you have allergic reaction. And then platelet is clotting. Clotting. Of course, we already know platelets is for clotting. Okay. So what are phagocytic cells? Response to bacteria. That is your neutrophil and then your monocyte. MN is your mnemonic. Be sure to know the cell, their different ranges, and their function, so that you won't forget. Hematology is a lot of memorization and understanding, just like microbiology. Not so much with chemistry. Chemistry is the easiest.
Yeah, chemistry is
I thought
very
chemistry we start.
Remember a lot.
Remember just a little bit. Oh, I forgot. Backlog. Chemistry. When you take, I don't know if it was in your lecture in school, when you take any cough medicine when you're coughing, Formula 44, NyQuil, DQuil, what is positive in your urine?
Is it color red?
What there is a
Oh, wait,
substance that is positive in your urine. That is opiates.
Opiates.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Do not forget that.
That's false negative.
Yeah, false,
False positive.
false positive. Because all of the medicine contains opiates.
Opiates.
Yeah, opiates. So put that in your notes because case study. What will be a false positive
Positive.
result in your urine if you're taking cough medicine over the counter? That is opiates. Opiates. Opiates.
When you take what? When you take
Cough medicine.
cough.
Cough, yeah. When you have cough, like Formula 44, like NyQuil, DQuil, the syrup. You not the pills.
I know the syrup.
Yeah,
Nice
NyQuil, yeah, cough cold, yeah. Opiates, opiate.
Any cup syrup.
Any cough syrup, opiates positive.
False positive.
They that's their favorite because not everyone knows that. Okay. Now we will be studying the blood smear examination. Okay. Right stain is polychrome Romanos stain, phosphate buffer of highlight the buffer of 6.4 using methylene blue and methanol. Sources of error, stain blue, pH of buffer or stain. Two basic prolonged staining. We already know when it is blue, that is alkaline or basic. And when it stains very red, that is too acidic because acid is always red or pink. Okay, so you should to remember that blood smear, and then right stain and polychrome Romanovsky stain and sources of error. Be sure to know the sources of error, highlight that. And what stain are we using? Right stain, polychrome Romanovsky stain. Okay, so next one is leukocyte differential reference ranges. Since I said so many normal values, okay, but this is easy when you just read my notes like comics. When you're watching TV, flip it. Do it like this in your just watch TV or when you're in the bathroom, when you're doing anything, just keep on flipping this and it will sink in your mind. See, then you will not. Next, what is leukocyte differential reference ranges? That is your neutrophil, lymphocyte, monocyte, eosinophil, basophil. Oh, what is this? This is your white blood cell. This is what we are doing with the differential on the smear. Because, why? Because if we do a smear, that is for WBC. Because the RBC is already your hematocrit, MCB. The instrument will read that one. And even this one, the instrument will also read this. But in your criteria, in your laboratory, if the neutrophil is greater than 50%, then automatically you have to do the scanning. You have to do the manual differential. But to me, the instrument is more accurate than our eyes because they are automated and you do the QC and everything. So they will never go wrong as long as everything is in there. Everything, the agent is new, you're doing the right lab number and everything. But with sometimes with the human eye, you will miss one of the cells that is in there. Okay, so these neutrophil, lymphocyte, monocyte, and eosinophil are your WBC. And be sure to know the person that increase in what? Neutrophil, bacterial infection, lymphocyte, viral infection, monocyte, tubercle bacilli, syphilis, and malignancies, eosinophil, allergies, as I said, basophil, if immediate hypersensitivity, if you have a inflammation or allergies, again, hypersensitivity. Next, evaluate white cell morphology, hypersegmented, hyposegmented, toxic granulation, dolly bodies, atypical length, increased size, and basophilia. Associated with what? You're not only picturing the morphology of the cells, you also have to know what disease is associated with. Just like hypersegmented neutrophilia, pernicious anemia, hyposegmented neutrophilia, purpure anemia, and in acute myelocytic leukemia, and also in the AIDS patients, they are increased. Toxic granulation, bacterial infections, chemotherapy. Dolly bodies are in a bacterial infection, burns and gangrene, and then atypical infectious mono. This is the kissing syndrome disease. Bar virus, the EBV, that is the causative agent for your infectious mono, the atypical lymphocyte, other viral infections. Okay, so please highlight this, highlight that, and then study what causes and what morphology of the cells. Okay. Next. Platelet is estimate 10 to 20 oil immersion. The platelet is slow, check for their age. Okay, so we already discussed the RBC, the indices, and then the WBC. Now we will go to platelet. What is platelet? Platelet is 8 to 20 oil immersion field. If platelets seem low, check for their age or slide and platelet clumping. Okay, check for subtilism. Check platelet size large. When the platelets is large, if that is the Bernard-Soler syndrome, Mehiglin myoproliferative disorder, stress platelet. Nucleated RBC, this is the one in RBC, normally common in neonatal. So must correct WBC, this is the formula. Be sure to know the corrected WBC formula. And you also have this in the notes which I gave you. Red cell morphology, size, MCV. Microcytic is small, macrocytic is enlarged. Aniso is variation in size. Color normalized, hypo and hyper. So the MCHC is the hyper and the hypo, that's the color of the cells when you stain it. So polychromasia, blue, shaped by concave disc, poikilocytosis. There is it, poikilocytosis, highlight that, there's variation in shape. As I said, the shape is poikilo and the aniso is the size of the cells. Inclusion, okay. Okay. So I will discuss this one in the board, the abnormal red cell shapes, because if you don't understand this, it's very hard to study. Right? I will so that I will make life easier for you. Can you see this one?
Yeah.
Yes. Can you see it? Okay. So we have, when you see in the on the slides on the smear, they will only discuss the RBC, mostly the WBC, which is the neutrophil, because they're only looking for the allergy, but you have also to check the blast, the leukemia and anemia. That's why when you see the cells, it's not only the white blood cells that is there, which is very common. You will also check the surroundings because there's also RBCs that are abnormal. The normal RBC just look like this on the cell, like this. This is the slide. So it's just like this. Okay, and then in between, those are the abnormal cells in there. Okay, so that's how it looks like. But this one here, I will show you how to spot, because you have to study not only the inside and the outside too. So abnormal red cell shapes. So when they will say abnormal red cell shapes is, for example, this one here, you have the acanthocyte. See, the acanthocyte is like this. It's like a star.
Yun ba yun?
Something like that. Acanthocyte. See, acanthocyte. That is abnormal. So if you also have the echinocyte board cells, so you also have to, I don't know how to draw in something like that. Eleptocyte is like this, with tomato, something like that. Macroolvarocyte. So these are the different, the hermit or the schistocyte. Schistocyte is like fragments, no? Like this.
It is, yes.
So when you, this is the abnormal with the shape of the RBC. So you will study, this is the cell, this is seen in where? For example, the acanthocyte, this is seen in what? Where? In AB, lipoproteinemia, severe liver disease. When the patient has hardening of the liver, cancer of the liver, cirrhosis of the liver, you can see the cells positive. If you spot this on the
Liver
slide,
cirrhosis.
oh, liver cirrhosis right away. You can tell. You can diagnose even like, what? The patient has cancer of the liver, has hardening of the liver. And then you can see the history. Oh, patient is alcoholic. That's why he has this. Automatic. Okay? For example, if he has a echinocyte, alkaline glass effect, so not so much with that one. So hereditary electrocytosis, macrovalocyte, megaloblastic anemia. If the patient has a megaloblastic anemia, you can see that this is like an oval. Okay? And then if the patient is hemolytic processes, just like this. And then cystocyte. And then you also have sickle cell. Sickle cell is like half moon, like a banana, right? Like a banana. And then you have spirocytes. Spirocyte is smaller than RBC, regular RBC, spirocyte. And then you have the stomatocyte, like a tomato, like a
Yung sickle cell mostly
sickle cell.
from
It's sickle cell. The cell did not develop because
Yeah.
it's black.
usually black,
Yeah,
di ba?
it's black. No,
Most common on
common on black people
yes.
also.
Yeah.
That's why they're carrying the severe sickle cell is carrying oxygen
Right.
because they cannot breathe. They have the what's that? Like coins like this. Rolex. They cannot breathe. Their cells the stack of coins.
Buti bumalo mo, stock of corn.
No. Here. Target cell. So target cell, did you see target cell? You also have to know the different synonym. Target cell is podocyte. Because in your exam, they might not use target cell. They might use podocytes. So it's like a Mexican hat, like this, like this. They will let you identify
Mexican
like that.
hat.
So they will say, what is synonym? Mexican hat. Mexican hat, or what cell is this? If Mexican hat is not there, that is podocyte. That's a synonym for
Target.
Mexican hat. And like the teardrop cell is like a tear. So that is dacrocyte. Do you know how to spot that one? The cry. The cry is
The
tears.
cry.
The cry.
Ah, that's why, huh?
Dacrocytes.
The cry.
The cry is teardrop. So the cry is dacrocytes. You have to know the synonym. Okay? So the IC, fragments, hemolytic disease in the newborn, the IC. Okay, the IC. So those fragments, cystocyte RBC fragments, when the patient is DIC, disseminated intravascular something, then that is a serious matter. That is your cystocyte RBC fragments, the IC, hemolytic processes. Okay, so that is the different shape. As I said, different shape. You have to spot Mexican hat, acanthocyte, stomatocyte. The sickle cell is like a banana shape. So you have to check this on the slides also. That is a different shape of the RBC. And And the next one is your, as I said, for example, we have, this is acanthocyte, right? And this is on the liver damage. Sometimes inside that one, that inclusion, there is something like this. I will put something like this, something like that. So this is acanthocyte, that's the shape. Inside the RBC, there are cells like this. That is basophilic sibling, lead poisoning. Okay? So you will say like, I know the differentiate already, but do not rely on the differentiate because, for example, if I put this one, if something like this, for example, I just really do not know what to do. Okay. You already know the shape, right? I will just draw the easy one. Okay. For example, we have the oval, micro-ovalocyte. It's an oval. That is the shape of the RBC. This is the shape of the RBC. And inside that one, there is a, number 8. That is like this.
Kabot.
Cabot ring. See? Look at this. This is micro-ovalocyte. That is the shape. And what is inside of that one? That
Macro.
is
Macro.
So, well, what is that? That is composed of our remnants of mitotic spindle. And that is, what stain are you using? Normally, it's common is right stain, right? And what, if you see this one micro-ovalocyte, this is RBC. And what's inside? What is it indicating? Megaloblastic anemia. Automatic, when you see, even if it is, for example, acanthocyte, that is the shape, and then you see like this, with like that, that is megaloblastic anemia.
So anything with cake.
Yeah. You will see like, Ati, that is acanthocyte, liver disease. And inside, the patient is already has a megaloblastic anemia. So you don't only rely on the shape, you also have to check what is inside.
The inclusion.
The inclusion. So now you know how to read it. Because before you will just check the shape. Like for example, I will give you Mexican hat. Mexican hat is like this with something like that. After this Mexican hat, you don't only stop from there. You also have to check what is this one. What is this one? For example, this one and this one. Example. This is that is basophilic sibling. Normally we can see this on kids lead poisoning. Like lead poisoning, because like we have toys from somewhere, from China or something, they live on that one. And there is lead and they are poison. That's lead poisoning. And then this is Mexican hat. That's the shape. Mexican hat indicates what this is. And then what is this? This is your Howell jelly bodies. So the patient is been carrying everything. He has microovalocytic anemia. He has lead poisoning, and he has what's this? See, so much, right?
So how do you interpret that?
Yeah, and how do you interpret that? You interpret that now as patient has macroovalocyte, and what is that? Liver disease. See, seen in liver disease, and the patient also has lead poisoning. See, inside there's a basophilic sibling. That is basophilic sibling. That is lead poisoning.
For the patient, is it only for the kids?
No,
Sometimes,
we
yeah.
also,
Yeah.
we also do
Okay.
the adult.
Right.
Okay, and then what is that? As I said, what is that? That is your Howell jelly bodies, and then the patient is already having anemia, severe. Okay, so now you know how to interpret as a CLS, a very good CLS. That's easy. I can interpret that as in my lecture. I know how was the shape. I know what is inside. See, now you are like a doctor. You can interpret what the
So
patient is
you just put in the comment when
Yeah,
you.
yeah, yeah. You can. But the only thing is they are veto the comment is vetoing it right now because CNS
So
cannot prescribe.
but are
Cannot
you guys
prescribe.
sending the whole picture, the daughter, then
They
including
just
the
put a comment there, and the pathologist will review the
review?
smear, and they will be the one to
They review
diagnose
it
it
still.
because we are not allowed to diagnose.
Yeah,
We
yeah, of
are
course.
the
Yeah.
actress behind the scene, and the doctor cannot diagnose without our lab instead.
So you're
That's
sending
why,
the whole picture?
yeah,
What you
yeah,
see in
no, no,
No,
not the
no? Just the slide?
No,
You
but
will,
I know the big picture.
you
Yeah.
will just put a note in the side. That is what I think.
Just comment.
Yes, it's
Okay.
okay. They will be the one to diagnose because they are doctors. We are not. But the Camel Association of MedTech they veto it right now that our salary will double. Will double our salary because we are doctors behind the scene. And how come the NP can prescribe
Yeah, yeah.
drugs
Drugs.
and we cannot? And the doctor is relying on we are good CLS. We can diagnose the patient right here what's going on, right? See, and they're vetoing it right now that our salary will double or triple. Once that one, my God, the starting is maybe 50, we paid 150 an hour. Just work one job. Don't work two jobs anymore.
And what's the
Make it
salary
license.
now? The routine.
The newly licensed
Without
that
any,
is
any
without
experience.
any experience is 45. Kaiser is paying 65.
For non-licensed, for,
Yeah,
for
when you
new
license,
run?
yeah. Yeah,
No,
as
65.
UCLA, yeah, UCLA is paying 70.
Wow.
Yeah.
And Torrance Memorial is paying
Wow.
75.
Oh, Torrance, huh?
75, Torrance Memorial. See, that's why every morning when you see in the mirror, future CLS,
Yeah.
future CLS,
You will make a lot of money.
positive thinking, because you will really make it. Okay? See, you still remember your review last time, the
I
way
don't know.
back.
I'm absent.
Because you dilly dally, right? Don't worry. You're still very young. And then just work part time because imagine
I still have 15 years to work. So
Yeah, see? Oh, see? Look at that. Then you'll get paid $70 an hour
it's
or
a-
$60 for a start. That's good enough. Even 55 for a start.
it's never too late. Some people
No.
like they work
do you
and then they
know,
work
I got
CLS for
my-
like 3 years, then they quit.
Oh, do you know I got my
Yeah.
license when I was almost 50. I was 40 something, 47, 48.
Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah, because I said, never mind. I got a good salary. Why should I? When I hear that the medic salary went up, I said, I have to study. See, because I was only like 24.50. And then by the time is 36, 38. I said, that's a lot of money. So with you guys, it's more. It's 50, 45 now, $40. So please, in the morning, when you see in the mirror, future CLS, so that will be positive thinking. Okay? So did we understand
Yes.
the shape and the inside, and then how is it related to different diseases? See, now very easy. Because before, if you mix these two, you will never understand abnormal head shape and what is this? See, it's inside the red RBC. Okay, so good. Next one. This is just short. We're almost going to the coag now, but it's detailed. That's why. Okay. Next, what is the rule of three? Did you hear about the rule of 3? Okay. The rule of three is hemoglobin times 3. That is your hematocrit. If the rule of 3 doesn't fit, if you run a sample and then when you, for example, the hemoglobin result was 10, you have to multiply it by 3 times 3. So the hematocrit is supposed to be 30 because hemoglobin times 3, that's the rule of 3, that is your hematocrit. If you multiply it by 3 and it doesn't glide, it doesn't coincide, something wrong with the patient. So the first thing you should do is to check the integrity of your sample. Before running the CBC, you have to rim it for clots. Something else, yeah, rim it on the side. If you do like this and something's wrong, then you don't even have to run it, especially a neonatal sample,
Clotted.
clotted sample. You don't even have to run it because you will lose your license if you report.
Really?
Yeah,
Oh, big.
yeah, yeah. That's how serious it is.
You can ask Arbitro.
Yeah,
Right?
do not report it so that you will give your license.
What about the closet for the ESR?
Yes.
So
No.
then we have to cancel
No.
everything, yeah?
Yeah, you have to redraw because you can. The ASR is clotting drop method. You cannot run a clotted sample for pulling drop
You know,
method.
because it happened a lot for me.
Mm.
The patient sample lavender was clotted, but we have result for A1C. Very good result for A1C.
Because
And the
A1,
acid was playing
It,
No.
it doesn't affect.
it
It
doesn't affect.
does. It does. So
It
we have
does?
to- We have
A1
to cancel everything.
No,
related.
A1C is only for glucose. We run a whole blood sample for A1C.
Yeah.
We don't even screen
So
it.
you cannot
And
share
it's
it.
a lavender. No.
Like for what if it's clotted? Then it's
No,
you're
because-
running the A1C.
No, because it was a mistake. That's a normal.
Oh, okay.
Whenever it's clotted, in my job, they
Cancel.
say just cancel everything.
Yeah.
But sometimes the next person running the clotted samples and the machine we have result and the data entry ask me, Madam, what happened? You said that's clotted, but we have a result for A1C. That's I ask you.
Okay. A1C sample, as I said, is not non-fasting because the
Related,
glucose is
yeah.
stable for 3 months, 8 weeks to 12 weeks. A1C sample, it's okay because it's a whole blood you are running. The instrument for A1C specific, even if it's a clotted sample, it will be processed
Mm.
for A1C. But never for complete blood count, your CBC instrument.
ESR, no?
No. ASR no also
No,
because
no result for
ASR
ASR.
is falling drop method. Falling drop method. You cannot.
So
But
in the
A1C
cloud,
is
it will
okay.
be fall low or fall high. It's
So
still fall low, right?
clotted. It's erratic result. Your indices is crazy and everything is
No, I'm
bad.
talking about ESR.
ASR. I never run a clotted sample for ASR because it's clotted.
Reject.
Because I'm not with ASR yet. ASR is like this. Some instrument is running on can run ASR, but on my lab, most of the facility they are still running the falling drop method. ASR
What's
like
the range?
this.
Western green.
Okay, Western green, something like that. 5, 10, 15,
Oh, it's for a long time
20.
ago.
Yeah.
Now we use the
There's-
different one, right?
Yeah.
Before Christmas.
You the access.
Yeah, but this is the very basic. This is what is in your exam,
Yeah,
not the
1 hour.
automated.
I know.
Not the automated. You fill up this one and that one to 0.
Yes.
So you fill up this tube. I will
And
bring the
they-
tube next time. And you fill it up to 0. That's the one. And you set your timer for 1 hour. And you put it on the line right there. After 1 hour, you read it. So the after 1 hour, that's it, 10, 15, 20. Okay. So this is the sample will be like this now will be like plasma. So you read up to the lower meniscus. This is the RBC, and you read it up to here because your plasma is up to there. So that is 15. You report it as 15 mm per hour. Minute per hour. That's the unit of your seed rate. So you report it here. When the plasma is only up to there, these are the plasma. This is RBC here, so you report 10 mm per hour. How can you run a clotted sample when the falling drop method, it will not even separate plasma from cells?
Okay.
That's why you can
It's
handle.
clotted. Yeah.
It's clotted, but for A1C,
You
because
can.
that's a whole blood, you can. And for CBC, they will automatically know that that's a clotted sample because your indices is erratic.
Because
No.
you're using that
Yeah.
kind of method, right?
Yeah, you are using this one, the Wenthrop
So
method.
there is no such thing like machine or method that they could still process it, even though it's clotted. No, there's no such thing.
No. I don't know if the new instrument now, even if clotted sample, they can.
No,
It shows, I know.
yeah,
Because you cannot even run the CBC.
Because
When
of the
should you run?
plasma.
Because
it
if you
shows
run
error. Usually
error,
Error,
it shows
oh.
error.
CBC.
Yeah, but see, CBC, because
For
it's clotted,
example,
and you
usually,
don't
yeah,
report that.
yeah. Usually in the morning, I running at least 800 lavender for
Huh?
CBC.
My goodness.
Yeah, at
Is
least
that a factory?
something like this. In the morning, only in the morning.
Yeah, but how often do you QC? Like every 50 runs? Every 100? I,
It's the procedure for the machine.
but no, on the lecture, if you run like, because it's like 3 shifts in the hospitals.
Yeah.
You run QC, that's gonna be our basic knowledge. You run QC every shift, right?
Okay.
The morning we run low, medium, high. The
Uh-huh.
next shift we run low, medium, or 3.
Yeah.
But if you run, you already run the QC, so your QC is in. If you run at least 50 samples, you have to run QC. No, that's a no-no. 800 samples and you only run once a
Too
day.
much.
If the Department of Health will know that, that's a no-no. You have to run at least 80 samples already. I have to run. I have to recheck my QC. At least 80 to 100, something like that. Because you have to
No,
keep.
100 is nothing. 10 months.
Right. And then you have to wash, you have to clean, you recycle your instruments. Imagine 100 samples, 800 samples. I asked that one from the Department of Health when they did my joint CLIA. Even though I don't run so many box samples, how about in the reference lab when it's like a factory, and then we're running like 250 samples. You have to QC every 50 runs or something. Even just one control, either the low, medium, or the high.
Yeah. Sorry, I asked lots of questions. What's the reason for the lavender that it goes to the flathead? It's related to the phlebotomy or
Oh,
related
yeah.
to the patient?
Very
Yes.
analytical error. Yeah.
It is how you draw it,
The
how you
patient.
squeeze
And
it.
phlebotomist.
Or
Yeah,
this
the
one, or
phlebotomy.
related lavender?
Yeah.
That's why we have a lot of responsibilities.
Uh-huh.
Phlebotomists, you need to be very careful doing it because it's gonna start from us. Like the way you do it, we do it. It's like every time you get the patient's special brain, you need to
Yeah.
shake it.
Yeah.
So it's
Okay.
it depends on if
Yeah.
you like, trying to treat those patients as one of your family.
Yeah.
You need to be like serious too because
Mhm.
gonna start from you.
Especially for the baby.
Yeah, some people they don't care.
Yeah, that's gonna be in your basic lecture on the lecture.
So big responsibility
And you know,
for
I have another, what about
basic knowledge.
turbidity?
turbidity.
Everything.
Yeah, what about, I have another question for
From
my work.
the laboratory policy.
This is related to
everything, the
phlebotomy to
verbal,
turbidity?
from
I'm not
everything.
exactly
It's the
very
whole
chicken
subject
answer.
matter. Okay?
Turbidity or I know him or his
Yeah,
specimen.
not, it's sometimes similar, they have to
Yeah.
be the incubator.
Okay.
Yeah.
So and they play
Anyway.
at least 40 minutes.
So you're gonna discuss it soon, probably.
Yeah, on the basic knowledge, that will be question your basic knowledge, not right now. Okay, so note MCB when it's high, MCHC and red cell counts are associated with cold agglutinin. Okay, I will lecture you about cold agglutinin. Warm agglutinin samples. So remember, these are the normal values again for female and male. Look at this. Your hemoglobin, hematocrit, RBC, WBC, and platelet count. Do not forget this. Highlight this, study this. So in your MCB, if the MCB is high, and then when you run the sample, this is not a clotted sample I'm running, but my result came out, MCB is high, and it is in your exam. Remember this, cold agglutinin, very common. MCB is high, MCHC is high, and red cell counts are low. So automatic, the patient has a cold agglutinin. Even if you check the record, it's still there. But if you don't check the record, you just keep on running that. That is a cold agglutinin issue. So what are you going to do with a cold agglutinin samples? You warm it for what temperature? And how many minutes?
I heard 30 minutes.
No.
Somebody said 1 hour at least.
No.
2 hours.
15 minutes.
Oh, really?
Yes. My God, 1 hour?
Yeah, this some.
That's what I heard.
Yeah, some CI said, oh, 1 hour. Make sure write it down the time exactly after 1
15
hour.
minutes.
15 to 30 minutes the most.
So 37 Celsius
Yeah.
and
Yeah, 37 to 15. In the book, it's 15 minutes only.
That's why I heard. Never
Yeah.
change 15.
Yeah,
You know, I
15
work with
minutes.
some sellers that they told me put in the
No. The CLS license now, not the newly one, they haven't read the book for the longest time. They
Yeah,
haven't
it's
been in
for
school
all
for the
Old school.
longest
Yeah.
time. This is all automated. That's why when you work as a CLS, you just came out from school and you just study, you just pass the exam. They're intimidated by you because you are more knowledgeable than them. 15 minutes only, my dear.
That's the reason you
Yeah.
told us that don't
Yeah.
tell anybody they are
Yeah.
jealous of you.
Yeah. Yeah.
You told us
Yeah,
last
because
time.
you are more knowledgeable than
Yeah.
them because you just study everything. You're more knowledge. Okay. So as I said, rule of three, hemoglobin times 3, that's hematocrit. So when you have a cold agglutinin issue, all the indices is high except the red cell count. And what you should do, 37 degrees for 15 minutes and rerun the sample. And what if, I have a question for you. What if the sample is still cold agglutinin is still erratic, is still not good. So what would you do? Because the patient has a history of cold agglutinin and doctor, patient has a cold agglutinin issue, and the doctor will tell you, you're a CLS, we already know the history of the patient has a cold agglutinin, you're the CLS. What are you going to do now? So what are you going to do?
draw a blue top from under it. No.
No.
No, that's for the other
So
player.
what?
Usually it happens for me. They say just run away. So don't wait for the.
Oh, you do cell replacement?
Yes. You know what you should do? Okay. Nobody teach you this.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's your secret. That's it.
Okay. Your sample, even the extra example. For example, this is your lavender tube. No, this is the lavender tube. Okay. Let it stand for at least 30 minutes. 30 minutes, okay? And then once it stands for 30 minutes, you have the red cell on this one, red cell.
Yes.
And you have the plasma on top. Normally plasma on top. 2 ml, equal amount. 2 ml
A plasma.
of plasma. Plasma from here. And then 2 ml of diluent, saline solution.
Okay, and I
And then you mix it and then you run it like this.
Oh, okay.
okay.
So what is this
Right.
procedure
Actually, I
you
saw
call?
it. Yeah.
What do you
Yeah.
call this procedure? Cell
That
replacement?
is like, this is not a saline replacement, but this is for cold agglutinin when you have an issue. Sometimes if you know what I do with my cold agglutinin patients, I put it in my armpit. I don't, but because you know why? 37 degrees is your body
Serious?
temperature.
Are you serious?
Because I don't want to turn on my I mean the water bath. It's too much hassle by myself.
So this one works?
I go around something like that. Yeah, serious. I tried it. When I ran it, then normal. See? But when you lost hope, then just allow it. Yes. Are we good?
Yeah.
Next.
Perfect.
Now we know my secret.
Put it in your armpit.
Okay, next. Okay.
Yes.
So erythrocyte. Now this is our seed rate supplementation rate. Normally we run the seed rate through still Winthrop, but some of the instruments are running it now. So principle, measure rate of fall of red cells through plasma. As I said, the falling drop method. The cell you separate from the RBC and you measure it in the lower meniscus. Okay, so reference ranges for male is 0 to 20, for female 0 to 15. Clinical correlation seen in presence of abnormal plasma proteins condition. Okay, sources of error. Now we have the sources of error. We have the tilting
Increase tilting tube.
tube standing too long. when you aliquot this one, this is your pipette and this is your tube. Next time I will, in the basic knowledge, I will give you all the. When you put it there, when you tilt the tube a little bit like that, do not do that because you will not get an accurate result. You have, when you put the blood on the tube, the small tube, you have to make it straight and start from the bottom up. No bubbles, no space, like this. So that when you put it on in the label like that and you time it for 1 hour, it's also straight in the holder. Okay, that is your secret. That's why it says here, no tilting. Okay, but it doesn't say here like no clotting or something. You cannot do with anything with clotting, clotted sample. Okay, so be sure to know the different ranges. Clinical correlation seen in presence of abnormal plasma inflammatory condition. Sources of error, you have the sources of error. Okay, so if the patient is admitted for whatever, they check just like if you have inflammation, if something wrong with the patient, the doctor automatically ordered citrate. CBC, citrate, and we will also correlate it with CRP, C-reactive protein, because they can also check if the patient has inflammation or infection or something. Not only checking that infection is elevated WBC, because if you have infection, the WBC is high because your WBC is fighting the infection. That's why WBC is skyrocket when you have infection. But together with that one, the doctor will order citrate because you might have inflammation somewhere. That's why we have a seed rate. Okay, and seed rate is measured in minutes per hour, mm per hour. Okay, so did we get that? And then we also have a reticulocyte count. What is reticulocyte count? Uses a highlights using a supravital stain, which stains red cells in living state. Supravital, that is your retic count. And then what is in your retic count? That is your new methylene blue and your variant Brazil blue. That is both of those is equal to uh, new methylene blue and variant Brazil blue. That is your supravital stain. Okay. What is the purpose of reticulocyte count? It is to monitor your erythropoiesis. Percent, this is the formula, absolute and everything. Okay, when the reference ranges, the normal values for retic count is 0.5 to 1.5. Okay, reticulocyte production index or okay, if it is greater than 2, because the normal values is 0.5 to 1%. If the normal values is greater than 2, adequate bone marrow responds to anemia. So that's good because it's responding to anemia. In less than 0.2, inadequate bone marrow response to anemia. So if the patient is less than 2, so that means to say more treatment because he's not really responding to it. But if it is greater than 2, so the body is responding to the treatment. The body is responding to the treatment. This is the index that the bone marrow was responding to the treatment or not. So the test for that one is your reticulocyte count. Earlier was seed rate was infection or inflammation. And this one is responding to the treatment, your bone marrow index. So this is your reticulocyte count. That's it. Very good. Next. Okay.
Do we have to know how to calculate the percentage rate?
Yeah, that is your formula. And I also give that formula a simplified form in your notes. This one is more complicated, but the notes I gave you simplified.
Okay.
But there is no computation. No, they will just ask you for the formula, no computation, nothing.
Oh, really?
No.
No computation?
No.
Okay. There's no time, huh?
They will just ask you for the mean. What is the mean of this one? What is the mean of that one? So that you will know the QC in between. Basic knowledge. Next, reticulocyte calculation. blah, blah, blah. So this one. So RPR correction, WBC, vertical. So let's skip that one. That is just the formula. Next, the bone marrow. The bone marrow preps. Bone marrow preps is preference ranges. Megakaryocyte. Be sure to know the ME erythroid ratio. ME to erythroid ratio is 3.1 to 4.1. I like that one. Clinical correlation, dry top, aplastic anemia, myeloproliferative fibrosis. ME ratio, decrease, erythroid hyperplasia, hemolytic anemia, and erythroid leukemia. That is your erythroid leukemia. Okay. Next, ME ratio is increased in myeloid hyperplasia. All of this clinical correlation, highlight this one, please. And be sure to know the ratio. Next,
Of the myeloid
yeah, the
hyperplasia.
ME ratio and the significance and the diseases that goes with it. Next, bone marrow, as I said, ME ratio is 3.1 to 4.1. Aspirate from the sternum, hip, or iliac crest. Most common for morphology review, Romanovsky stain. So we're using the Romanovsky stain for bone marrow. Ratio of cells, fat 50 cells and 50 fat, so 50-50. Overall evaluation of cellularity uses biopsy. Biopsy, okay? WBC differential determine type of leukemia. Okay, so the WBC differential, that is where you know what's going on with the patient, whether there is a lot of blast, a lot of immature cells. That is where that's why it's a peripheral smear review by pathologist. If the medtech, if the cell is suspecting that the patient has a lot of blast, then as I said, that the pathologist will review the smear and he will be the one to uh, diagnose the patient because we cannot, right? Next, okay. So next is, not the indices. I will lecture to you the hemoglobin electrophoresis. If last time, if there was a serum electrophoresis, serum is for chemistry. Now we have a hemoglobin electrophoresis for CBC, for complete blood count. Okay? So are we understanding? Is there any? Okay. This one is, I like this one. Okay. Okay. All right. So let's start with 8.6.
Sleepy.
Sleepy now?
No.
Coffee, coffee.
Please.
I think I need coffee.
Yeah, me too later.
We're always eating at 12 o'clock.
Okay,
Because
yeah.
we're almost done with the RBC.
Yeah.
And then the WBC is very slow, very quick. And then the coagulation, maybe we can finish by before 3 o'clock.
Okay,
We
yeah,
will
sounds good.
finish by
Yeah.
sure.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yes.
But let's
Go. No break, no break. Go. Coffee.
Yes. Oh, 8.6. Okay.
I didn't know we have electrophoresis whole blood.
Oh,
I thought it's only urine and serum.
That's really important.
Really? Oh my
Yeah.
goodness. We don't have in
For
school.
thalassemia.
in school, huh?
I mean, they didn't talk about whole blood, but they do talk about urine and serum.
Oh, really? This is
Yeah.
very important. This is very important in your exam.
Really?
Yeah.
See?
Your
I don't
classmate.
really know.
Your classmate. Schoolmate.
Some of them.
Some subjects. Oh.
Not now. So we have different.
Yes.
And then CSFA. And then the S covers with B, G, and then the this one covers with A.
C.
C, right? So A2, hold on. One travels with, no, this one travels with C, right? C, A2, A2 up there, and C. And this is negative. So at a range of 8.6 from negative to positive. So this is how it is. Hemoglobin C, hemoglobin S, hemoglobin F, hemoglobin A. So it's easy for you to memorize. This is slow, slow, fast, accelerate. As I said, positive, positive thing is fastest.
Okay.
So this is scroll, slow, fast, accelerate. So the fastest in your exam, they will ask you, which is fastest? A, hemoglobin A, C, or hemoglobin A, S? Which is fastest? With the 8.6. Of course, that's the
Albumin.
albumin. So, here, travels with H2, travels with and O and C. These are also hemoglobins. Okay, and the X travels with D, G, F hemoglobin. These hemoglobins are not really very significant because if you study this one by one, it's too much on your head. Just remember, they are not significant, but they are existing. So this is the hemoglobin S. Your mnemonic is sad, dog, bird, something. Okay, and this travels with A2, E, O, and C. iron deficiency, you have sideroblastic anemia, you have chronic disease inflammation. And then if you have a normal, let's say MCV, the main topic here is hemoglobin hematocrit and your main postpostular, the volume. Okay, so if you have a problem with uh, normal, if you see it in the smears, it's normal, but yeah. So that it's antibody destruction. You can see this in hemolytic disease of the newborn,
HDN.
HDN, transfusion reaction, and autoimmune hemolytic anemia. And then you also have an RBC membrane defect. What is RBC membrane defect? That is in hereditary spherocytosis, hereditary eleptosis, and paroxysmal nocturnal hemoglobinuria. You should to know this. And then the enzyme deficiency, the G6PD, and then you have the production loss, aplastic and acute blood loss, hemoglobinopathies. What are your patient is immune. Okay. Next, iron deficiency anemia. And then next is sideroblastic. What's going on with sideroblastic anemia? Iron is increased, the IBC is normal, increase everything except the IBC at this time is normal. Okay? And then you have the chronic disease inflammation. Everything is low. Lead poisoning. There again, lead poisoning. What is the cells found in lead poisoning? That was a metabolic sibling. And where can you see this? Increase in blood in lead poisoning and FEP.
FEP.
FEP. What is
FEP.
FEP? What is the fetal deficiency? Decrease in factor, anti factor. So the most important here in your anemia is your and all consider the for anemia disease B12, B12, the iron deficiency, sideroblastic. So that's anemia. And you have the folate deficiency, and then you have the normocytic, the smear looks normal. It's like normocytic, normochromic. But this is seen in antibody-mediated parental PCH, and then you have your cold agglutinin disease. So we have a cold one autoimmune. Then this bilirubin. You have to study the lab key findings, not only reading the smear, but also how to know what's going on, what happened. You can okay. Next, you have the reduction of loss of the anemia, the bone marrow, and you have the hemoglobin defects, infinitely per kilo or smear of hemoglobin or something like that. Okay, the B12, B12 do you know dilatum, the fish tape one? Yes, dipolobitrium lato. That is the fish tape that is in white. The B12 for the only organ used one to have this stomach. Why?
Oh,
Because you'll be bleeding a lot and you'll be very pain. Very pain. Okay, but polycythemia vera. It's not here.
PCV.
Polycythemia vera.
A lot of
What is polycythemia vera? That is hemochromatosis. Polycythemia vera is a disease for RBC. Your hemoglobin hematocrit is very high, and that will poison your body. That's why what is the cure for polycythemia vera hemochromatosis? That is phlebotomic therapy. You have to know this.
Elden.
You have to withdraw blood like every 3 weeks. You have to monitor your hemoglobin hematocrit because if it's still high, you have to withdraw at least 400 to 500 ml. And Ate, can we use the blood for donor for the blood that we got from the polycythemia vera patient? No, you have to discard it.
Why?
And then, what if she forgot to monitor hemoglobin hematocrit and she's already feeling weak and everything? You can die from your body, you can die from it. The only cure for hemochromatosis or polycythemia vera is phlebotomic therapy. Phlebotomic therapy, you have to withdraw blood depends, every 6 weeks, every 4 weeks.
Not like how many?
Yeah. How many ml? At least 300 to 400 ml.
I'm a regular donor, like every 4 months.
But you are good. You don't have a polycythemia vera. You're very good. Because if you're a donor, you can donate every 8 weeks.
4 months,
Like
yeah. Yeah.
4 months. Yeah, very good. If you're replenished also, you're very good if you but polycythemia vera patient hemochromatosis, you cannot. You will discard your blood. Okay?
Oh,
So,
waste of blood.
yeah, waste of blood. So that is polycythemia vera. is the other term that is hemochromatosis. Good. Okay. Next, we have a special
Happy
test.
Sunday, bro.
We have hamsters. These are the different special tests that we do with the anemia patient. We have the RBC surface volume. We have the respiratory test. So for the last hamsters, which participant, nocturnal hemoglobinuria, definitive, so cross special test. No, don't study this one because you already have so many formulas to memorize. Okay. Okay. Next, we have the special test. We have the sickle cell, beta elution. We have the hemoglobin electrophoresis, migration hemoglobin is called agglutinin screen. Yeah, then Jonathan Steiner, as I said.
Review, brother.
As I said, look at the serum cell screen, reducing agent. Be sure to highlight the reducing agent, sodium dithionite. That's very important. What is the indication? How to measure? And then here, page number 60. And beta-chlor acid, and then hemoglobin electrophoresis may be performed with it's called agglutinin. Okay. See, cold agglutinin issue is with the anti, and then donut Landsteiner. Highlight the measure, indication, and the comments. Okay. Fetal hemoglobin acid dilution. Okay.
Okay, what about this one? Shilling test. Is it important, shilling test?
Page what? Shilling test is to determine
59. What is I lost of test about shilling test?
If they do this, this is specific for B12 deficiency because they want to determine. But there's an instrument that's not the Schilling test because the Schilling test is very basic. There's an instrument that you run and then B12. There's an instrument that's something like that. But on the school, they want you to say the basic. This is just a basic.
It's mostly for the B12 deficiency. Shilling test.
Right.
Thank you.
So next, next. Myocarditis,
Again to the vital states.
Okay. So we will have a break when we come back. In 15 minutes, it's gonna be the WBC, and then after that, that's not a lot. Then the coagulation is not a lot also.
Tay, bigyan mo sila ng chicken. I just gotta drink coffee.
Why? Why are you not eating?
Yeah.
Oh no, you know what? He is a very good cook. Yeah, very good cook. You can order lechon, some bullion, you order lechon, the whole lechon.
Oh no. No rice.
No,
Would you sleep, no?
okay.
Just one cracker. That's it.
Okay, thank you, brother.
So you just get off and go?
No, it's my off. I work Monday to Friday.
Oh, okay. Oh,
Yeah.
It's too tough.
But yeah, I work cleaning, cleaning the garage. I'm off one week actually.
So you took a test long time ago, and then
ACP. It's not. It's the I. It's not ACP under Pearson.
Okay.
Yeah, that time. So, and I took one time also AAB. That's very hard. My plan is to take the exam this December. AAB and MLT also.
Yeah.
But I am a little bit confused again on the route that I'm taking.
yeah. I'll send you check me your email or something.
Yeah. It's
So because yeah,
Message together.
Yeah.
We can.
yeah.
We have
Question, yeah.
together. Maybe we have a schedule for studying with each other. I think
yeah, we can do
works.
that. We can do that too.
Yeah, let's do something.
Especially for me.
For me too. Somebody have to push me because I'm really
Yeah, it's
Lazy. I got that one from school, like how you apply for it. I will send it to you. So my phone is 714
Okay. It's
K8.
714.
383 2010.
714
20 0 1
10?
Yeah. Mhm.
20?
K80.
Okay.
K80.
Coffee for me, te. Thank you.
But did you
Okay.
practice something else?
My brother, thank you. What is that?
Could you, right now, after I review, I practice with the Luxy for me to
I do love. I have
Really?
love S. I have Quizlet also. I download that one. It's nice.
Oh, really?
The what do you call that one? The Lapsy Quizlet.
Oh, I have so much short. I don't want to too much.
No, you can do it like offline.
Yeah.
And,
After you
and it's
know,
free
you know the
while you're driving.
yeah. Do you know the ASCB? They also have the test. It's called like adaptive POC, adaptive online. Do you know
I
that
don't
one?
know that. Online?
Yeah, adaptive.
There's a
online.
lot actually.
There is Lapsi, I know.
Lapsy, but you need to pay for it.
But it's harder. I heard it's harder. The adaptive one.
Because Lapsi, they will give you every day for 5% free, and then more than that you have to pay.
I think I still have it. I paid again
Oh my God! you
because
did?
yeah, it's okay for me. I'm when
Yeah.
I'm doing something.
No, you're
This
not.
one is Quizlet, so it's free. This app,
Wow, that's good.
Quizlet, you can download it.
Oh,
Quizlet Plus.
Quizlet Plus.
So it says you tells you AAV for QA, AAV based on, and it you could listen on it. Like, put on
What
your head.
agency approves new test methodologies, instruments, and reagents before they are available for purchase by consumers?
And it plays. Just go to the settings.
What agency approves new test methodologies, instruments,
The
and
only
reagents
thing
before
you
they are
use like
available for
focus.
purchase by
Sometimes
consumers?
I get the focus. For now, I want to focus.
Yeah.
How often should biological
Try my chicken. I
instruments
get
be
some
inspected?
chicken.
Annually.
Just any rice.
No rice.
What is the minimum number
Yeah.
of standard
My rice also.
or
Maybe
standard curve?
Yeah, try the chicken.
You find? You find?
Yeah.
3.
No, I asked my daughter to get it from me, but I
What
ate
is the
this morning
maximum
already.
magnification using a bright field microscope?
You came from the same school, huh?
Yeah, we graduate from the same school. That's what we get here, but we went to the different.
They said it's hard to get in.
Huh?
It's hard to get in into the program for CLS.
Oh yeah, very
Wow.
competitive out there.
Yeah, and some they got into the program, but they don't last. It's like 1 year and they quit.
Oh really?
Yeah, I heard people like
Oh really?
Yeah.
So you work at Kaiser in Chino?
In Cerritos.
Oh, in Cerrito.
Chino is the reference lab.
Oh yeah, I see.
Yeah.
That's really big lab, right?
Big
And-
lab,
and
24/7.
like the
So
factory.
yeah, so we send specimen there either for those like quests and everything.
Oh, I see.
So we send specimens. Yeah. Hopefully, I'm gonna get the license this year, or
I know. Try your best, you can.
I'm gonna try my best.
Yeah.
I just need to focus.
Yeah, me too. I have the 20 months old baby girl, so that's why she, oh my God.
Oh, you just had one?
Yeah, I just have
Oh,
only one now.
congratulations.
Yeah.
It's okay, still.
No, I'm really busy with my intern year already.
I know.
Yeah, and study at school. I have exam every Friday in school, and I have exam every week in at the hospital.
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah,
You know what? Most of you guys from school, then after internship, most of you 100% pass.
yeah.
Because
I'm so scared.
oh yeah, you're gonna for sure,
Yeah, and
because
whenever-
your brain neuron still fresh.
Oh yeah,
Like
yeah. That's what everyone mentioned about that. But I'm so scared about it.
Yeah, you can do that.
I will try my best. I don't know. And how are you? You work at Kaiser for how long?
I started 2010,
2010. Oh
Yeah.
wow. Now 2013.
13, 14.
23. So it's been 13 years.
That's
That's long enough.
Oh
Is
man,
it your wife work there too?
she's a nurse back.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, same Kaiser.
Same Kaiser?
That's why sometimes we do have some arguments. Those when we work,
Uh-huh.
those blue top sendouts, we have argue because most of the time, lab assistant and nurses, they have this. Oh,
Yeah.
yeah, yeah.
For the nurse, they don't learn much about
So we argue on those kind of,
yeah.
but it's still okay.
like you will understand what is the cascade, what is this, and what is that. It's check, everything is there. I just printed that one. Please pass the exam, please.
We want it. We whisper it.
So she's taking it September.
Yes.
September.
Who is August?
August, oh, July.
End of August.
This coming next
Yeah,
month.
yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
Who will
okay,
be
good
the
luck.
end of
I'm
the
gonna pray
board?
for you.
Me.
Yeah, pray for me.
Yeah, that's
Pray for me.
you'll make it.
I don't know.
You can make it,
I
but
do.
less stress. I think you have
Then-
a lot of stress.
Then
Really?
we can have
I feel it.
You hear it?
Because I was in my country, I was a high school biology teacher.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, so
Wow.
that's the reason that's the reason I should do this. I cannot control myself.
Really? You see by my face,
Yeah.
I have so much stress.
So you're
Yeah.
a teacher, huh?
Yeah, I was teacher, high school teacher, biology.
Wow.
So yeah, I know I'm so stressed.
Yeah,
It's not good.
It's really bad for the exam.
Yeah.
I am a former astronaut too. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
99.
How do
I'm
you
kidding.
relax? You know, like if you-
No, no.
How do you? I
I
mean,
never read
That's why you
I
did.
never read. Look at here.
I mean, like how? What is strategy to?
Actually, lavender is really good. Just get a shower for
Why not, eh?
1 week with lavender. And spray in your pillow, spray in your bathroom, everywhere. Lavender is really
Sarap ba yung chicken? Okay.
And I have some herbal tea if you
Oh, yeah.
want. I can
Yung
give
anak
it
ko
to you.
bumili.
It's herbal.
Get me something.
For relaxing.
Oh, okay.
It's from my country.
Pioneer and
I bring it tomorrow,
Ako naggulay yan.
next week for you guys.
Dinding-ding. So,
Oh, okay.
It's
pinakbet.
all
I always do that on
Pinakbet.
Bing bing. I know. I
Ding,
try to
like-
calm.
Oh, you like?
It's so
Oh, sige.
hard.
For
I
me,
read you
usually,
ano,
whenever I use something from here, it's
Mamaya.
not working for me.
Hindi.
For example, if
Yeah.
you give me coffee
Hindi,
from
kukunin
your
ko yung
country,
gamit
it
namin.
works for me.
Ipik-tapik ko pa yung isa.
My body is
Dalawa lang
not
kami.
sweet. That's the reason. I
ayaw
bring
lang
next
din
week
ito.
for you.
Oh, babalikan. Bukas, we're gonna be home.
I know that.
Then
you are
Wednesday, we're gonna
a lot
fly
kind of
to,
green tea.
we're going to
Some people they have to go to Sekali.
So magpa-fly kami. 5 in the morning ng Wednesday.
because that's
Be
the
back Sunday
exam
night.
on me.
Depende ako.
After that,
Kaya may miss ko yung ano.
Oh, this is no problem.
She can tell by look at
Okay.
my face.
Yeah, me too.
So, okay, this one. Okay, Rizal. Okay, put this in your notes. Okay. Not we're finish. We're not done with.
So what page are we now?
No.
Oh, this one?
Yeah, later on. We are page 60, but I have an on for you.
Okay.
Okay, so put this in your notes, your notebook, or whenever on the side of the. So you have a notebook too. I'll give you a notebook. Here's your notebook.
You forgot your notebook.
maybe it's not fine. I don't know. I prefer everything here.
Yeah,
You can write it here.
laboratory, you know the hemoglobin is composed of, it's like 444. That is 444. That is for him, for iron, and for him,
Oh,
for
you don't have notes for that? No?
oh, and for globin.
For him,
For iron and for globin.
So,
Yeah, they 444 for him, for iron, for globin. That's the composition of hemoglobin. Forget that. Okay, and then this is just an add-on. This is
Was it
from
composition of?
hemoglobin.
Oh, okay.
444
Protein, iron, and
for
globin.
globin. And then this is from the review center.
Oh,
This is
okay.
from the exam, the AAB. This is the book. I'm using this one too. They're selling this one. But
The BER?
so this
PER?
is
No?
the AAB. This is from the AAB. This is not. It's not the PER.
Oh, no.
Or that-
Okay.
it's not
Okay.
that's ANC.
That's AAB, but this is a very basic. It will also come out in your exam. Okay, so write this one. What is thalassemia major and thalassemia minor? Let's start with thalassemia major. Because that's gonna be our next topic. Okay, thalassemia major is a severe anemia.
It is microcytic hypochromic. And it has a target cell in RBC, basophilic stiffening, and it's a marked for kilocytosis, microcytic. Microcytic.
Can you repeat again?
Okay.
Maybe can you write it?
Yeah, it's better to-
Very slowly. You could,
Slowly.
yeah.
Okay.
Severe anemia.
Severe thalassemia major is
Severe anemia.
severe anemia.
Okay, what else?
Okay.
Microcytic.
Microcytic hypochromic. When the cells is small, it's also hypochromic. Okay.
Mhm.
And it has presence of target cell in RBC, basophilic stiffening, and marked poikilocytosis. It's increase in poikilocytosis. There's lack of poikilocytosis. Anisocytosis. Variation in shape and height.
Increase in poikilocytosis.
There's also so did we get it?
Increase in
There
poikilo.
is a lack of poikilocytosis and anisocytosis. There is a variation in shape or variation in size. It's a mix. It's a mix. When the patient has thalassemia major. This is already a severe anemia, like very, very bad anemia. Okay? And we have thalassemia minor. What is thalassemia minor? This is a mild form of anemia. So this is sufficient. Okay. Did you get that? Okay. Sufficient alpha and beta chains to produce normal A1 and A2.
Sufficient.
Sufficient alpha and beta chains to produce normal A and A2.
To produce
A and A2, but maybe in a normal amount of A and A2. Okay, and what could you see in this one?
I think I have my notes.
Serum iron, transferrin, normal TIBC, and percent saturation ferritin, RDW, and A2. This is what could be seen. Remember that
In thalassemia major.
you have in RBC, you have basophilic stiffening, but in the minor, you have the serum iron transferrin, normal TIBC.
Normal TIBC.
No, because this is just mild.
We're talking about minor.
Processing again. So there is a solution screening. So saponin, right? Saponin insolubility test for hemoglobin screening. your hemoglobin S.
What is screening? Hemoglobin screening?
Hemoglobin screening, hemoglobin S.
Where are we?
Hemoglobin S. No, it's still
Notes.
in your notes. Okay, saponin is the hemolytic agent.
Saponin. How do you
With
spell?
H,
Saponin,
S-A-P-H.
Saponin. That is your hemolytic agent.
Sapon.
I-N.
Saponin, saponin.
S-A-P-P-H-P.
Hemolytic, it's Saponin, saponin.
Oh, and there's no H,
No, that is your hemolytic agent.
agent.
And then your sodium dithionite. Dithionite is DITHIONITE is your reducing agent.
Oh, reducing agent.
And then did you write that? Monobasic / dibasic potassium phosphate is your strong buffer.
Okay, monobasic, dibasic,
/ dibasic potassium phosphate.
I'm lost.
I think I'm lost.
I'm lost
phosphate.
too. I think
Can
it's
I
better
take a
to
picture
write.
of that? Yeah.
Okay, monobasic, right? Monobasic.
Slash
And then put a slash there.
dibasic,
Dibasic
potassium phosphate.
potassium phosphate.
Flat again and potassium.
No. That's dibasic potassium phosphate.
One word?
Uh-huh. And that is your strong buffer.
Strong buffer.
Yeah,
Potassium.
Phosphate.
strong buffer.
Is strong buffer.
That's for what? For the
That's for solubility test and screening procedure for hemoglobin S. Hemoglobin S. Okay. So, what else is in here?
We need a copy of that.
Oh, you know that I think we opened the box.
I know, yeah,
That's
yeah.
when the fly came in. I'm just picking the most important
Oh, okay.
here in their notes. See, they have the RPR mystery. That's how the bone marrow erythropoiesis looks like. Fibroblasts that are RPR mystery. That's how it looks like. Because in our book it's not there, right? RPR mystery. Next. Okay, so we're still with anemia because we're almost ending with anemia. Okay, morphology, etiology, kinetic, and condition. You can take picture.
Yeah.
You don't have to write.
Yeah.
I think take
How
picture
about just
better.
take picture?
Yeah, because it's.
Because I think I missed a lot.
I miss a lot.
Yeah.
Yes, better so that we will be faster.
Send it to her. Send it to
Yeah.
Just make it.
Yeah.
We can do it.
Can I take picture the one we just?
Okay.
Or maybe
yeah.
you
Because I
take
don't
it.
have any
Yeah.
number of them.
Yeah.
You said okay.
We take picture.
This one
Katie,
macro.
we can make a group.
Text.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's
Text,
it.
yeah.
group.
Do you have my number? You can have the number now.
Who-
Yeah.
Maybe you can create a group.
Yeah, you can create a group.
Okay. I don't know how to do it.
Me too. That's it.
I can do it. I
Yeah,
can
yeah,
create it.
yeah.
Yeah. You guys just write out a number on the paper, see a paper,
Okay.
and then I can create a book.
Yeah, that's easy. I know how to. Where was that? Yes.
I think on the phone.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah.
It's my number.
I like it.
Write it down, yeah. Your name there.
Okay.
Okay.
I think that's all right. Yeah, that's one. Okay.
You have that one already.
That's what we use in the Philippines, the Carabao.
Oh,
No,
this
the
one.
farm. Yeah. The Carabao.
Oh, and how about the four him,
Marjan.
iron?
444.
Katie.
Yeah.
I'm gonna.
Actually,
I see
she
that.
have my notes. In the book, she have my phone. In the book, they put 441, but they corrected the one in the exam 444.
Okay, I got it.
That's why I have. And then, if you want, you can take a picture of this one. What are the diseases that is related to ESR? Very important. This one.
What is
That's
what?
it.
ESR.
ESR,
This is
certification. Cancer, infection, rheumatoid arthritis, multiple myeloma, pregnancy after the 3rd month. See?
Okay.
It was not in the book here. And then what are the sources of error? What are the sources of error? It's here now. Dirty tubes, herbivores, clotted specimen.
So it's very analytical error, right?
Yeah. Dimensions of
You never
tube.
draw blood,
I did in my country, but here I
Here,
don't
no.
have any like.
Now
Oh.
it's
I
here.
know.
but you run. It's fine.
You have clotted specimen.
I didn't with the lights.
So you don't know how to.
I
It's
know.
been a while.
You
You know
have-
how to do it,
When
of
the
course.
ASR
But
is
you're not
increasing,
doing it right
clotted
now.
tube, anemia,
It's work for you then.
Send it to them.
Yeah.
Because that information is
So
very
this one
important.
562.
Yeah.
For maybe 6 months,
Uh,
1 year ago.
Roy.
So you never work in the hospital.
Roy.
Yeah.
This one 562
641
641.
6100.
I have 61 here.
Yeah. And that is for margin.
So you know you're just wasting
What is this
money.
book here?
This is
AAB.
from the AAB, American Association of
Bioanalysis. Bio.
Practice question.
I got it. Don't waste.
Do not buy this.
I have, but
Okay.
That's
Can you
fine.
guys check?
It's okay.
So I got it. Okay. Make sure you like that.
You okay?
yeah. I have a lot of notes, books.
I
Some people like give it.
yeah,
know,
do
they
not
Yeah, that's
this one.
give- That's a lot.
That's it. That's why I give you two
Then
only.
you take this one is cutting
That's why
out.
I
No,
give
no,
you only
you don't need
two.
on the
This
side.
is
You
for
need
the other. It's same like succession. This is okay. This is that's right. The one I gave you. Please
So you're taking this out, gave you a code. What is it? ASCP, they give you a, what number is that? In order for you, it's like a number, order number,
the ID.
ID. So you have it, right?
Yeah.
Send you, under Pearson, you're gonna take Pearson.
I don't know.
I think Pearson is giving it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think.
Pearson. Yeah.
Okay.
When computer
That's
them.
it.
You
Let's
have.
go.
Okay. So you got 3, right?
Yeah, I got it.
Yeah. Okay. Now we need. Yeah. This one you did it on the left side.
Okay.
Yeah.
So let's name our group as Amazing Group. Amazing Group.
Amazing seller.
You make a name for us.
We can do it.
There you go. Yes.
Yeah, we can do it.
Yeah, we can do it. That's just something simple. We can do
And
it.
sometimes you have
Thank you.
Different drop on.
you call each other and then you search questions.
Oh, okay.
So that because what you know he doesn't know, what he knows you don't know.
Oh.
You share ideas. And
Okay, I'm gonna send every night one question in our group, okay?
Yeah.
Five.
Five,
Five.
Ask question is that
Yeah, I can do that.
Or whatever
Yeah.
topic we have now, ask questions. And then you share it. And
Share.
why? Okay.
I can share it
Yeah.
on my
Yeah.
email.
Because if you study, like my exam, why is this the answer? Oh, because this one is blah, blah, blah. The letter A, the letter B. You explain one of it so that you say you understand. Right? Okay? So, please ask the exam. Next. Okay, page 60. We're finished with this one. Vital state. This is a different condition, the characteristic, and the comment. So when it is chronic granulomatous, this is GCD. That is infected killing of bacteria, that's X-linked. And then malvariously, there is reproductive granules. This is handlers, and then Sujak Alasi, very very common anomaly. Large spaces between chamber body bodies insect does not affect the interaction, and the filter is hyper-segmented police normal function. Okay, and then you have the myeloproliferative diseases. Okay, myeloproliferative diseases. Okay.
So did
No more
we
pages.
lost?
Okay. Myelodysplastic syndrome, refractory anemia, is less than 5%. Phagocytosis.
It's a lot, right? For
Yeah.
everything is
And then you have leukoid reaction versus CL. LAP, increase in leukoid and chronic myelocytic leukemia decrease. Toxic granulation, yes, yes, and then Dolly bodies, yes, and yes. Granular chromosome, chronic, of course, and then your reaction, no. Okay, and then this is the international classification of leukemia. That is your MO, M1, M2, M3, M4, M5, and M6, and M7.
So we have to remember this.
You have to remember this one. What is another name for M6? That's the erythroleukemia or the Guglielmo syndrome.
So every this one.
Yeah. Yes, the M7. Guglielmo syndrome. Guglielmos.
Which one are you talking to?
The, the M6.
What?
Can you spell it again?
G
Guglielmos.
G
Guglielmo syndrome is also M6, the erythroleukemia. Erythrocytes.
M6.
Yeah. Megakaryocytes M7. I have this in the notes. We will take a look at the notes now. The lymphoproliferative disorder, leukemia. So we have the L1, small lymphoblast, L2 large and small. Okay, so And then before we go to coagulation, we have to check the notes that I give you. Wait.
Học cái DC cái lát DC and lát em nói cái ăn luôn rồi.
Coffee is strong, te. Yeah. My
Lynn, can I borrow your thing to take this out? Oh.
Okay, all the notes that I gave you in your separate. Yeah, okay. Before we go to coagulation, okay. First, take out the hematology result. Okay. Just flip it. It's there. It's there. Okay. All right. Do you have it? Yeah.
That's my note, yeah.
Okay. All right. See, this is a result from a patient, but so I didn't put the patient's name in there. So are you with me? Are you following me?
is here.
That's the one. Okay. So it's like this. You have a three-part instrument, usually in hematology. What do you mean by three-part? It will everything. It will read the C, the WC, and the platelet. So this one is the result from the regular patient. So the first part is your WBC, and the second part is your RBC, your hemolysis and everything, and the third part is your platelet. So it says here 7.0. The first part is neutrophil% and all those, and the second part is your RBC. When remember when you and then what is that? Oh, that's bacteria in the is higher than 50 or 60%, then it's like can read. Okay, okay, that's very normal. The patient the patient has some an issue, a disease. Okay, next, you have this one. And findings. It's in your book, and I also give this to you. Never mind that. The next one, yeah, it's in the book.
Yeah.
Did you have this? I gave this.
No.
I'll check.
It's so much.
Get up in
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is it?
Not,
No. Oh, there you go. I see it. Thank you.
okay. I want to go to one because sometimes I give you the
It's on.
oh yeah. I want to go to this one because of my review. I don't go to the students because I believe that when they go home they'll check it out. But some of them when they come, Ate, hematology was very hard. It's not your book. Yes, it is. Oh, I did not read the
The door.
The chemistry was really good. Sorry, all you know, so really weak class. But did you study? It was really good.
Yeah, but this one is very good. Very good. Okay, so in hematology, this is now the order of maturation erythrocyte. You have RPR mystery, transferrin, iron, hemosiderin.
Hold on. Slowly.
No, you
Okay.
just have to go through this one. It's already there.
Oh, okay.
Everything. Red cell, transport, neutrophil, phagocytic. I just want you to study indices. See, it says here study indices. I already told you because of the cold agglutinin issue. Study the major and thalassemia minor. That's the one that's right. So to correct it,
So it's a guide. It's a guide.
it's a guide.
Okay.
Pappenheimer, blah blah blah. Howell Jolly, Mr. Enterprises. All of this, I want you to read this one by one, and some of this is already because this is a summary of all what we are talking here today. The summary of all the hematology.
Okay.
So, and then you have the CL, page number 25. You have the smudge cell. Okay, and then you have the M6, which is the erythrocyte series, the M3 chromyelocyte, hairy leukemia, which is your struct. And then blood cells, you can see this in chronic lymphocytic leukemia, number 25. CML is myelocytic precursor, decrease in LAP. And then you can also see a Philadelphia chromosome, right? CML, chronic myelocytic leukemia. DIC, fibrinogen increase, PT, and PT. DIC is very critical because the bleeding won't stop. That is the IC, disseminated intravascular. When the patient has M6, or either he can make it or die. In the
M6?
IC. Yeah,
The-
the IC.
Oh yeah, that's
The IC.
blue.
That's blue
Blue
top.
top.
Okay. The more mature RBC, okay, it says here, number 28, the more mature RBC, which is a nucleus, what is that? Meta-rhodocyte, RPR mystery. What is Arder-Riley? There is Arder-Riley, there is a normal 1 milligram, we will discuss that. So many, huh?
If we know all of them, we're gonna pass for sure.
That is 68. Oh,
68 points.
study. Yeah,
Oh,
68.
it's a lot. Okay, sometimes.
Okay.
So about
let's
chemistry,
take
we
the-
don't have for
And
chemistry.
that's something like this. What we have.
We
That's a
don't
good
have something like
Yeah.
this for chemistry.
The notes I gave you for chemistry,
That's
it.
a note. Okay.
But I will be giving you this one, all the subjects. Not
So I
only
can
chemistry,
study. Yeah.
everything. This like the one that I just showed you.
Mhm.
Answer and question, answer and explanation, answer and explanation. I made that one. That's better than Polanski. I made that one.
Okay.
I will make a series. I'll take it to Office Depot this week so that I can give it to you in the next meeting.
Okay.
Okay, so blood film, see, target cells, Howell Jolly, leukocyte, on all of this one. No, here, another note.
Another note.
Okay, study this one, please. Okay,
This one is
First page. First page.
because there is a sickle cell, stack of coins, sickle cell. Thalassemia,
Blood
there is
film.
thalassemia.
Blood.
Everything is there. If please don't miss another anemia. Do not skip this one. Read this when you get.
Okay.
Okay. Please, I'm begging you, please. You're just wasting your time coming here. If you're not, what's this? Reading this one. This is Pompa. Okay, and this one is very good also. Okay, so now we go to coagulation. Okay, and then very good.
And how about this one? We just read through it.
The hematology one?
This one. You can read that.
Oh, okay,
I
okay.
will do the lecture for okay. It is an hour and a half or because coagulation in the exam, you'll be surprised. How many questions?
One. I heard
One or two or three only.
But they really hard, right? They really.
No,
You have to understand.
you have to understand the pathway. You know what's the pathway? The all different factors.
Factors.
Okay.
Extrinsic, intrinsic factors.
Extrinsic factor. Okay. Very easy.
Very easy.
Make it easy. Make it
You always
easy.
say like easy so that if you study, you love to study. You will not get a board study.
Have you heard about the heart, Robert Hart?
Yeah.
I think it's a good one, right?
Henry too. Henry.
Henry.
But do not confuse yourself with all this study
Polanski.
material anymore. Because it's
The
a
one
lot.
question is one page. One question, one test is one page.
So they really give you.
I think I have the PDF. I can send it to you.
I have.
You have it? Also?
Where is this one? I already make a note. And where is my note? I have a note at work. Where did I put it? Ah,
Okay, this one or the other one?
oh, we go to the book. The book. I have. Because I have a note. Okay. Very good. Hi, very good. Make your life easy. And my life easy to explaining. Isn't it when you get home you study, you don't feel sleepy because you want to know more,
Oh yeah.
right?
We want to pass.
You don't want to pass.
That's a goal.
That's the goal.
That's good. Okay, regulation. Wait, okay.
Sana, what?
Oh.
Where is it? Other one?
We already confused
Ah,
with the material.
Yeah, so the other book. Okay, very good. Let's go so that we can finish it in less than 2 hours.
It was better we have the same color, so we can say, okay, back to the green, back to the white.
so
The color
correct.
code. The
The
color code.
colorful for all of us, you know, next time, what the-
So
Yeah, I have different colors.
Yeah, that's the
you
reason, we can change it, that's the
can
reason.
change it.
So whenever we say white, I have to go to
No,
the
cartoon.
Yeah.
so coags, right?
Yeah,
Coagulation.
page number 67. Okay. And that one goes to your other book. Yeah, very good, very good, very good.
Okay.
Okay, so earlier we're talking about the complete blood count in your body, your WBC, your RBC, and all this stuff. Because if your hematocritic hemoglobin is very low, you have a disease, and then when it is very low, below 6, you need a transfusion. That's why blood banks come in and then do a blood transfusion, cross match and everything. Now it's like because hematology and coagulation is so related to each other. That's why I have to lecture coagulation. Coagulation is what do you mean by coagulation? It involves the platelet. Because earlier RBC, WBC. Now we will be talking about platelets because platelet is clotting factor. Clotting factor. If you get hurt, if you get an injury, your body is talking that, oh, come on, hurry up. We have to stop the bleeding. We have to, it's like a faucet when it is bleeding. You have to turn it off. So that is the purpose of, that is the main purpose of a platelet in our body to to plug the leaking or bleeding. So that is platelet clotting. Okay, so did we understand that? That's the function. Okay, so like next page. Plasma coagulation factors. We have the substrate, accelerated, and coagulation group. Okay, so let me see. Let's jump to the cascade. I don't want to
explain this one by one because this will confuse you. I will summarize everything. Okay. So what are the coagulation cascades? We have coagulation cascade is we have intrinsic and extrinsic. The intrinsic is your PTT, which is your PTT, and the extrinsic is your PT with the INR. That's why you will say like there is a Comadin clinic. What is a Comadin clinic for? A Comadin clinic is to monitor your extrinsic, which is your PT, because they will monitor the PT and the INR. Why? Why is the patient taking Plavix, Coumadin? Those are blood thinners. If the patient is suffering from afibrillation or to avoid stroke, heart disease, or cardiac arrest, that's why the doctor will prescribe a blood thinner. And what are these blood thinners? These are the Coumadin, warfarin, Plavix, or any kind of form of blood thinner medication. But we have a clinic or the patient can go to the lab every 3 weeks, every 6 weeks, because the doctor has to evaluate change the dose, adjust the dose for the drug that you're taking in. What if you overdose yourself? You will also be bleeding, and how to reverse the bleeding is vitamin K. So that's why they have to a normal. If you are patient with taking blood thinner, your INR is supposed to be 2.0 to 3.5. And your PT should be, the normal is up to 12.5 seconds. You'll be like 12 to 16 to 18. That is still normal for a patient taking blood thinner to avoid stroke, cardiac arrest, or if you have an AFib, abnormal rhythm of the heart. That's why we have to monitor. And what is in the intrinsic? The intrinsic is when the patient is admitted to the hospital and they have intravenous, and that's also how to monitor the intrinsic. The intrinsic is the partial thromboplastin time.
PTT.
Okay? The PTT. Because the PT is your intrinsic. So now, write this down. The common pathway, we have a lot of factors. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, something like that. So we have a common pathway. Okay, because I will explain
I
the
think I
50-50. I have the 50-50 mixing study. Let's write, no, because I'm talking about intrinsic and extrinsic.
INR.
Let's check first the pathway, not the common first. Intrinsic pathway. What are the factors that is in intrinsic pathway? Okay, just this is very simple. Intrinsic pathway factors are 1, 2, 9, 10, 11, and 12. Okay, did you get it? 1, 2, 9, 10, 11, and 12. And what is extrinsic? Extrinsic pathway is your 1, 2, 7, and 10. And they added something there now, but the common pathway, which PT and PTT shares to each other, they meet there, is your 1, 2, 5, 8, 10, protein S and protein C. Okay, so did we get all those?
Common
Okay.
factors.
Common factors, common pathway.
Common factor.
1, 2, 5, 8, 10.
And I will explain to you why do we have a common pathway? Or instead, we already have extrinsic and intrinsic. What else? How come we have a common pathway? I will explain to you because of the 50-50 mixing study. Okay. Also, okay. So just listen to this one. You don't have to write it. PT patient test, also known as the PTINR, this is the intrinsic, looks extrinsic pathway, meaning coagulation that occurs after blood escapes to a blood vessel. Okay, and then the PTT test looks at patient's intrinsic pathway of coagulation, meaning coagulation that occurs within the blood vessel. That's why PTT partial thromboplastin within, and then the extrinsic looks at the occurs after blood escapes to the vessel. That's why it's extrinsic. It's outside. Okay, so okay, patient okay. And then we have different kind of factors. That's why I have it in the book. Okay. All right. So this one here, I will explain this one on the PPT mixing study as long as you know the intrinsic and the extrinsic and the common pathway. And what else? I will just explain the most common because this is only 2 to 3 questions of the exam.
Sure.
So sodium citrate specimen collection. If we have different blood collection and different tubes on hematology, chemistry, and all those, with coagulation, this is also a special because we are using the blue tube. What is the blue tube? What is the anticoagulant? Is sodium citrate with a 3.8% or 3.2% sodium citrate. Highlight that one because that's very important in your basic knowledge. Calcium is necessary for both coagulation and platelet calcium sulfate. So we cannot use the lavender cup for coagulation because it relates calcium. That's why we only use blue tap tube. Okay, and then the ratio is 1:9 or 9:1. In your question, in your exam, they will say what is the blood coagulation ratio. If they will start with blood, don't be in a hurry. Oh, I already know that. Blood is 9%, 9:1. The anticoagulant is 1. But if the question will say, what is the anticoagulant ratio between anticoagulant to blood? So your answer should be 1:9. But if it is blood to anticoagulant, it's 9:1. Do not mix up because blood is always 9 part and anticoagulant is only 1%. And they will say, what is the anticoagulant of choice for blue tap for coagulation? Sodium citrate. How many percent? That is 3.22. Yes. Do not mix up your mind. Even how they throw away the question, you already know how and where and what. Okay. Next. Did we get that? Oh, okay. And then this is the international formula for the INR patient result. Okay. So, calculation, let me see. Addition, okay. Calculation. Okay. Now I will explain to you. We're done. Almost done. After this, we're done. You can go home. And then we have to. No, I still have notes to here. I have to review this with you.
Oh, you have tattoo, huh? You see,
I have tattoo. Fish.
Christian.
Jesus.
Christian.
Christian. This is fishers of men.
Okay.
Jesus is the fisher of men. Okay. This is very, very, very important. Who knows about the 50-50 mixing studies? What's this in school?
So you're running that one?
Huh?
Yes.
Why
Oh, okay.
do we do a 50-50 mixing study?
To
Why? What is the reason? Why do we do a 50-50 mixing study?
Because some result is not good critical or something like this. We use the. I know that we use the normal result.
International normal ratio.
Normal for a sample, right?
And what do we do if we have a?
So the question is, why are they running that PTT?
Why are we running a 50-50
A
mixing
50-50
study?
mixing study. So that's the question.
Yeah, because the result is not normal.
I forgot to remember. I don't know.
Come on.
I just
They should look at the 50%, right?
Okay.
To correct something. To
Yeah.
correct something,
the
right? To
result is not
correct,
normal.
to correct the
Okay.
normal.
Okay. This is very important because all the exam is there, but My students said that it was never, you never have it installed. Okay. You know, 50-50 mixing study is for, you remember we have a Christmas, I will tell you all the factors later, 1 to 13 factors. We have a disease which is called hemophilia patients.
Oh, yeah,
Hemophilia
okay,
patients is they have a built-in anticoagulant in their body. They are just bleeding. They inherit it from their mother. This is what you call the Christmas factor, factor 9, and the von Milligran, factor 8. These are the very common factor that we're running in the lab. And then for why are we running the PT? PT is normally if the patient has a surgery, we do the pre-op because we want to know the bleeding time. But for the common test that we are running, all the factors, so we have a coagulation in the lab because of the patient which has hemophilia issue built-in anticoagulation inside their body coagulation. They bleed a lot. That's why hemophilia patient is getting factors before we give them plasmapheresis, something like that. And before, we never screen the samples. The patient with hemophilia, before, they are transfused with plasmapheresis, not checking the HIV before, they are infected with HIV. They die from HIV instead of their hemophilia disease. So when the baby or the patient doesn't know that he is hemophilia, which he inherited from the mother. Okay, so if for example the PT result is the normal is like 11 to 12.5 seconds, right? And the PT3 is like 35 to 38. Fifty-fifty mixing study. What is the 50-50 mixing study? Okay, this is the patient. And for example, you already want, this is a plasma. Get 500 or 200 ml from the patient's plasma. Put it on the tube, right? 200 ml. And a normal patient plasma, get also 200 ml. That's 50-50, and you add it here. And you run the sample again. You run the sample again. That's why it's called 50-50 mixing
Half and
study,
half.
because half and half. You get, this is the patient you're running, and this is the patient that is normal. But nowadays, we don't do that anymore because this one is a pooled plasma. You can buy it from the manufacturer.
Oh, okay. So it's already
Yeah, it's already prepared. It's like the QC that is prepared. So this is now a pooled plasma. They call it pooled plasma. You just throw the plasma when you're ready to run your instrument. And then this is how we call 50-50 because this is 50. I think that it has to be 200 ml. No, you can do like 500 ml. You can do like 50 ml from here and 50 ml from here. That is still 50-50. And that's 100% altogether. Equal amount. And then, what happened now? Okay. What happened after my 50-50 mixing study? It's not corrected. That is still high. Hey, my PTT after running the 50-50 is still high. So what is this now? What's going on? Okay, now report it. Now that is why in my notes, that is now where they met. That is now the common pathway. So what is the common pathway? As I said, 1, 2, 5, 8, 10. So patient is not corrected. The analysis is patient has abnormal factor 1, factor 2, 5, 8, or 10. That's the disease. Normally it's factor 8. It's the hemophilia. Okay? So, Ate, what happened if after running, after running the 50-50, the PT is now corrected, and this is now still abnormal. So, what is factor that do 350?
Extrinsic.
1, 2, 9, 10, or 11. So the patient has abnormal factor that belongs to my tree. Factor 9, factor 10, factor 11.
Yeah.
That's why there is a common pathway, there is a intrinsic, and there is extrinsic. You now understand 50-50, how to solve the 50-50, how to run it, and how to diagnose, how to interpret what's okay. So that's why we have a common pathway that the PTT and PTT will meet with each other, so that you can now check what factor they are. What's the problem? For example, it was corrected. So the PTT is now normal. So the PTT is still abnormal. So what is the PTT that is intrinsic? So the doctor now will order factor 1, factor 2, factor 9, factor 11, or factor 12. Now it's specific. The doctor will order factor 9 or factor 10 and send it out or run it in the lab. So if it is normal or abnormal, then boom, the doctor said this patient has a factor 9 deficiency or factor 10 deficiency. So factor 9 deficiency, he inherited it to the mom, or factor 10 deficiency is toward for factor 10 deficiency. And then the doctor will give you factors that you infuse. You infuse every other day, they monitor. That's what is the purpose of the cascades, intrinsic and extrinsic, and the common pathway, to correct what is abnormal. Did we get it?
Yeah.
So coagulation is very simple. Extrinsic, intrinsic, and what coagulation we do, what tube to use. That is just like that, very simple. Okay, next. Wow, my student is very good, very smart. They understand the coagulation now. Yes, I'm happy. See, isn't it very easy if you understand? But if I give a review with just reading, no explaining, and when you go home, you just do it yourself. When you come
It's
back,
better like that.
when you come back, you will slap me. Teacher, I did not understand anything. I don't like that. I don't like to listen to that one. Next. Okay, so get your notes. This one here, the one, the small one. Forget about your book. We're done with the book.
This one?
We're done with the book.
No,
notes.
this one.
No, I didn't.
No, no.
The hematologist, maybe?
Yeah, hematologist.
Bio.
Bio. Okay. You know where I got this one? I just reprinted this one. I Googled it.
You Google it.
I Googled it. I said, I have to give the right, information so that it's easy for you to study and make life easy for you. Okay. And what is introduction? What is hemostasis? What is pathways? You have to read this one, please. And then let me see.
I lost my notes. Where
I think it's
is that?
it says biochemistry.
And then
I think I have it.
yeah, see, vitamin K deficiency, warfarin. Please, I check that one. Okay, I just want. Oh, Did I punch in the calendar?
Yeah.
Alcohol?
Yeah.
There's alcohol
No.
already?
No.
Oh, I have, oh.
Later.
right there.
Later.
It's okay.
Yeah. Okay. And then, that's it, huh? Please read this one. But the most important thing is you understand what is intrinsic, extrinsic,
Pathway, yeah.
and
I think that's,
the pathway, the cascade, and where they meet and what's going on. And then what is hereditary and hereditary. I will give you the different name of the factors. That's the last one. I have it in the book. Okay, the next one is your hematology notes. Right there, this one. Okay. See? So much notes.
Go back and
This
forward.
is good.
This one
The
only.
other book. The other book. Forget about your cartoons now. That's done. See?
Okay. Blood film.
Yeah, polyformation. This is hematology.
No?
Not that one.
Hematology.
INR, APTT. This one right here.
This one.
Oh, sorry, it's not
very good.
here. Okay.
No, 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 no. I
The
see.
back of this one.
Back, next. There.
Yeah.
Very good. See, look at this.
Oh, there
Hematology,
is paper.
polychromasia in erythropoiesis. This is the polychromatophilic rebocyte cell nucleosome. So I have a formula here. INR is patient's PT over normal PT. Increase, blah, blah, blah. Coumadin therapy. See, did you see? Coumadin therapy measure intrinsic. Monitors oral anticoagulant, warfarin, coumadin, and bimumarol. Reagent, vitamin K dependent factors, and then recurrent changes, less than 14 seconds. Okay? EPTT, Riptili snake number 4. Be sure to study and read number 4, Riptili test. Snake venom enzyme. And then this is number 5, is your Sudan black cat stain. All of these notes that I gave you on this hematology thing, read this by heart, especially number 5, number 6, see? And, okay, coagulation. This is so much information. At these notes. Even the next notes, molecular exercise, let me see. See, I even have the M1, M2, M3 in here. The sickle cell. And what is sickle cell trait found in blacks? RBC morphology. That is number 26. If you go to number 26, that is your sickle cell trait, morphology, common in black people, hereditary, production of K-trap. This is everything. PDT, that is your early T and B lymphocyte. What is, okay? See, that is 75 questions. And that is your hunt in RBC, leukocyte, stain, and what it might be also the other one, but please just read this one because the bingo in your hematology. See, this is how many? 100 questions?
96.
96. This is a lot. See?
And the other one
See,
too.
on the page that is 77, 78, that is your,
68.
what is it? Look at this. What do you see in number 78? Go to number 78. You can see what is in beta thalassemia. Increase hemoglobin F, increase A2, deficit in alpha chain. What is increase in lead poisoning? Urobilinogen, delta aminolubulinic acid, porphyrin 6. That is already complete. You don't have to research a big book.
So any of this answer they will might give.
Yeah, this is already. What can you say in lead poisoning? Of course, this
Can be
tripling and all this.
euro.
What is in beta thalassemia? Increase in hemoglobin. What is decrease in AP found in what type of leukemia? Number 81, chronic myelocytic, right? In CLL, ALL. All of these you can see the LAP. What is usually seen in Ivy Riley? Eosinophilic granules, toxic granulation. That is already there. You study this one, please.
Is it the A? I'm sorry, number 82. The answer to is it A only,
It's
right?
A.
A, yeah.
A only, right?
79, what's the
yeah.
answer?
Okay. And then the
79.
next page, presence of giant
all of
platelets.
Oh, all of it.
You can see the May-Glenn anomaly. Number 83, answer is A. And then number 84, answer is factor 7. Then, what else? Abnormal 1 milligram. What is abnormal 1 milligram? Prolonged bleeding time, prolonged bleeding activity. That is prolonged bleeding time, abnormal platelet adhesion. Intravascular.
I think it's A.
Okay. Increase in ASR due to macrocytes increase. Okay, so this is 96, 96 only. Okay, that's an answer here. Now, the last one. I'm going to discuss the different factors. Some of them. Sorry, different factors, and we're done. Yeah. Okay, here's my book. Did I give you too much information in your head? Huh?
Okay.
Yes, too much information.
You might have this note already, right?
No, some of them no.
Oh.
They are new.
Do they change question every year or every?
On ACP, there's 3,000 questions. It depends on what you pick.
ASCP?
What they, ACP 3,000
So they don't
questions.
change. They don't change every
No,
year. They don't.
no, because this is very hard to. It costs a lot of money. Coagulation. Where is coagulation? Coagulation.
So this is maybe 10% of it.
It's hard to remember.
All of them.
Yeah, and lots of things. It's not only hemo, and lots of things in, you know, immunology, blood bank.
So if you pass, it's kind of you're lucky that you.
Yeah, you lucky, you remember good. You are small. I don't know. But I have a lot of coworkers that they don't know anything at all.
And then pass.
They pass.
That's
How did
amazing.
they do that?
I don't know. You know, first step he came in our lab. He said, "Oh, Madam, what's the TSH?" I said, "You don't know what's the TSH?"
How can they take that?
I know. I told him what did they do? So, no, I will study. It's okay. Study what? You know, they are from some country. I don't want to say the name of the country. They have a group in church every Sunday. They give themselves to each other their question.
Where
Really?
is my coagulation?
We need that question. No way.
I don't know, but they still have to remember. No, we have a lot of tests now, but you know, not more than us here, for sure.
Yeah. Coagulation.
This is a good book.
Very
What
good.
book is that there?
You have it.
Success.
Success. You have it already.
I
You
have
got-
MLT
If you-
too.
if you
like
touch
some
it,
too.
Then
When I took MLT, I got 678 points.
you took the MLT already?
Long time ago.
So you know what's going on. You
I know,
You
I-
should tell us what's going on, not us.
I'm
Written
not
or computer?
sure. Computer.
Yeah.
So I thought that MLT is almost the same as COS.
Yeah.
Same, right?
Almost.
So I really study on that book and a little bit of cartoon. But the question, some of them hard, but some of them is reasonable. So it's not really all of them are hard. I think so. So based on what I remember, some of them very simple.
Where is my
like
coagulation?
Is it the same
knowledge.
route if you take the ASCP?
No, because I have a bachelor now, so my route is number 1.
Oh yeah,
So MLT are different.
yeah.
But ASCP too, they found the question. I think.
Okay.
3 names.
You always see that book.
See this book?
Ah,
I mean, it's so hard to remember all of them.
Yes, so much.
We have everything, but
But this is so nice to read. Believe me. Okay. Let's wait for her. We're done.
tingnan natin yung, let me see. Is it no edition? Like, what
Indeed, this is very old.
this one book? Success.
You can take picture.
No, I'm
I
not sure
have
if
to.
it's the right.
You have it.
I think,
It's only one. There's no other copy.
Yeah, there's only one. There's no new
Yeah.
edition.
no new edition.
No, only this. my book is like, oh my God, it looks terrible. Because I've been studying a lot.
Okay,
It means you're
So-
reading it.
I do, I did.
okay.
So these are the different factors, right? This one. Different factors. And this is it. What factor was it?
These are all the coagulation factors.
Oh,
That's why we have a coagulation lab, because we have to do the coagulation factors.
population.
Right on in your notebook, okay? Okay. Factor 1 is fibrinogen.
Yeah.
You have this already.
It's okay.
Factor
do.
2 is prothrombin.
Prothrombin.
Factor 9 is Christmas
9.
factor. 9.
9.
Christmas factor.
Mm.
Factor 10 is Stewart-Prower factor. Stewart, S-T-U-A-R-T. Prower is P-R-O-W-E-R factor. Factor 11, plasma thrombocysteine. Factor 12, H1 factor. And what else do you don't have? Let me see. That's why I have the book. You don't have the. I have that one. Okay, hold on. The factor 5 is your factor Leiden. Factor 5 is Leiden.
I think I have a very nice copy if you guys want. I bring next time. They have color or something.
It has color, then everything better. But just
Write
so
down.
that you won't forget. Factor 9 is the hemophilia B or the Christmas type. You already write the factor 9. This is the hemophilia B, and this is the Christmas, this is the deficiency. This is 6 link. They will ask you a question, what are the 6 link factors? That is your factor 8 and factor 9, because you inherited it from your parents. 6 links, 6.
Number 6.
S-E-X.
So 8 and 9.
S-E-S.
Yeah, because the kid is inheriting
Sex
it
link.
from
Sex
the
link,
from the mother. That is your Christmas disease. Factor 11, you have the factor 11 there. That's hemophilia C. And
11.
yeah, you have that one, right? And then you have the factor 7? Did you write the factor 7?
Not yet.
No. That is your stable factor deficiency. That is also autosomal recessive.
Okay.
And then the factor 10 is also your autosomal recessive. It's all almost the same. Factor 10.
Autosomal recessive.
Yeah, trait. T-R-A-I-T.
7.
Then you have your factor 5. Did you write your factor 5?
5.
That's
Bladen.
that is your Oren disease, labile factor.
Orange.
Oren, O-W-R-E-N, disease. Or the labile factor.
Labile.
These are all auto-recessive traits. And you have your factor 2. Did you write your factor 2 already?
Yeah.
That is your
Prothrombin.
prothrombin deficiency. And you have your factor 1, fibrinogen. And you have your factor 13. Did you write your factor 13?
No.
Factor 13 is your fibrin stabilizing factor deficiency.
Fibrin.
Fibrin stabilizing factor deficiency. Okay. And then you have vitamin K deficiency. What is vitamin K deficiency? Vitamin K is needed for liver synthesis functional factors. And what are those factors? Those are the factor 2, 7, 9, and 10.
Vitamin K deficiency factors.
Yeah.
Excuse me.
2, 7, 9, 10.
Yeah. Okay.
2, 7, 9.
And there's also intrinsic and extrinsic here. If you write the page there, and you can check in your book. Read this one. But as I said, with all the notes I gave you for coagulation, there's only 2 or 3 or 1 question. But do not forget the 50-50, because that's the main thing for
coagulation. And then we also have, actually you forgot the D-dimer. What is the D-dimer? The D-dimer is like if a patient is in trauma,
DIC.
DIC, they want to know like to know if the patient was really bleeding.
Stat.
That's a stat, D-dimer. If you have a car accident or something, they will order D-dimer right away because they want to know how the bleeding is severe,
And
mild,
during
or
COVID,
something.
we have a lot of tests for the dye.
Yeah,
yeah.
it's true. Yeah.
D-dimer.
Oh, is it?
Oh,
Yeah.
Yeah,
really?
relate to
COVID,
the
yeah,
Oh, so, yeah, yeah, yeah.
Go up.
Oh.
Yeah, because COVID time that you have a blood clot
Yeah.
and they attack the respiratory.
Yes.
That's
Yeah,
why.
So that's why.
And that's why they have remember the first therapy for COVID was the plasma therapy. Remember the plasma therapy?
So how they do? They chain the plasma?
Yeah. They said like you can do it from the person, from the same
Autologous.
autologous,
There you go.
and then your own plasma, and they process it, and you have to put it back.
Back.
Or from a patient that is already COVID positive, and then to get the immune system from that one, and you'll be immunized because we don't have a vaccine yet. That's called the plasma therapy on the COVID time. Okay? So now you have so much information in your head. And please don't forget, study, please.
Study.
Okay?
So it's no more to study and forget.
I will give exam next time. Okay?
Please.
Oh,
Harder than this.
Okay.
I'm gonna miss the Sunday.
That's all right. And it's gonna be blood bank.
Yeah.
Blood bank next.
Yeah.
That's okay. I will.
Yeah, I'm just gonna.
Yeah.
So how many Sundays more for this group?
Oh, there is.
Because they're done on chemistry, right?
time.
Second time, yeah.
This is only the second time.
Yeah.
Only because the 6 is QA. There's only five Sundays.
Okay.
So I will give you 2 more.
I think this group is much focused.
Oh yeah, then
I could tell.
No, and they are more knowledgeable because they go to school here. They can share what they especially this one is a teacher.
And it's newly grads.
That's why you learn everything from them, so they share their knowledge.
That's good. Lean, right? Lean.
Yeah.
Lean, Kate,
Yeah.
Kate, and Marjan.
Because your group before they graduated 10, 20 years
What
ago.
we did is like 8 and 8.
It no.
That's why the.
Yeah, you didn't learn anything from that one.
Mas gusto ko yung ganyan the way.
Yeah, much better now, di ba?
Tsaka itong mga may drive kasi mga to eh.
And not also that you understand it more because it's madali lang. Ay, si okay, ganun pala ang 50-50 nito. Sabi, ang dali lang.
Okay.
Now we know it, right?
I'm gonna go at mag-drive pa ako. Lakas ang kape mo, te.
Ha?
Lakas. Nagpalpiti agad ako. Masyadong malakas ang kape.